Well, as everybody can tell by the sudden quiet that's descended upon the room, we're about to get started, but we're still settling in. So just give us a few seconds for everybody to open their notebooks and figure out what we're doing and where we are. Good morning. It's November 21st, 2013, and this is another meeting of the Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Compact Commission. I'm going to first introduce one of our new commissioners, and as a matter of fact, he's our only new commissioner, Brandon Hurley, and I told him before that he was appointed about a month ago, I guess, and the announcement came out in the Texas Register last Friday of his appointment. He's appointed for a 6-year term ending in the year 2019, so you'll have to put up with him even longer than you've put up with me. And so, but I promised Brandon I'd let him push the button, and he should know about this because he used to be here when the extension was open. He was working for the legislature, as I understand, for one of the representatives. I'll let him tell you a little bit about himself.
My name is Brandon Hurley. I'm an attorney from Fort Worth, Texas. I work at the law firm Kelly Hart & Holman, and I am honored and very pleased to be here today. I know that I'm the newbie, so I promise this will be the only time you hear me speak today. I won't ask any stupid questions. It is a fascinating process and one that I think is incredibly important for both of the states to the compact, but really everyone who is interested in the idea of the safe and smart disposal of low-level radioactive waste. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the chairman giving me a moment to speak. Thanks.
And as you can tell, he'll probably be around, and you can probably buttonhole him at your leisure to ask him anything you want to ask him. He may not answer, but at least he'll know what the series of questions will be like. And other commissioners, to my far right, Mr. John Salzman, who is in his usual role of being our technical expert, Judge Dalgener, who has all sorts of functions for us, including being the representative in this is primarily, you all know this is primarily for Mr. Hurley, because this is the first time he's met most of us today, I think, any of us. And the judge is the county judge of Andrews County. We are missing Eric Doyle today, who's on a business trip to Denver, and we're also missing Linda Morris, who's away for family business. You met Mr. Hurley to my immediate right is Karen Watkins, I'm sorry. I've only known Karen for 25 years or so, but Jim Crosett can't be with us today, so Karen is sitting in from the AG's office, and Dick Saudick is here from Vermont, and Jane Sanders. Peter couldn't be with us today. Far left is Lee Ing, of course, and Audrey is out there. Leonard, welcome, and good to see you. And let me see, Mr. Castaneda, Carlos Castaneda is here from Lon Burnham's office. Are there any other representatives of any elected officials or legislators here? Are there any press people that we need to particularly introduce? Welcome to our agency representatives, and Ms. Poland, it's good to see you. Deborah Poland from Mr. Burnham is the attorney for the Vermont, who is here in Austin, who represents their interests from time to time. And let me see, Todd, welcome. Todd's with the Low-Level Waste Forum, and he came over to sit in. Are you going to participate with Leonard in the Disused Source Working Group presentation, or?
Okay, if I fall down.
Okay, thanks, Leonard. And all right, sir. Yes, it's here in Austin, and the meeting is here. We're doing it, I think, in conjunction with TCQ, and we have a
March 17th and 18th.
We'll have to make sure we have a meeting. So let me see. The usual crowd of suspect, Rob. Welcome. And so I think that's pretty much here on the. We do have a quorum on the determination of the roll call and all that. And next on the agenda, as we always do, is item 4. is there anybody in the public who wishes to address us? And the general rule of this is that anybody can talk to us about anything that's on their mind at this point, even if it's not on the agenda. Of course, we cannot take any action or vote on it. We may ask questions or we may not for anybody who cares to address us. I will limit the time. And again, for Mr. Hurley's benefit, we also allow anybody who wants to sign up to speak to us on any of the agenda items if they have a particular interest. And I don't see any volunteers coming forward to beat our door down, waiting to come up to the table to talk to us. So I take it we don't have anybody. And the next item is in my ballpark because it's discussion, item 5, discussion of revisions to Tllrwdcc 675, 21, 22, and 23 related to importation and exportation of waste. And I'll launch into this and give you all a status report to tell you where we are. You recall that in October, for those of you who were there in Vermont or who monitored, I said I would give a report about the progress we were making today and give you some idea about what the remaining schedule is. What has been happening is that we have been gathering information, and I'll get to a summary of it in a minute. But the committee has been discussing various issues related to the currently enacted rules, reviewing them. And generally, the topics of discussion range from do we want to leave them the way they are, do we want to make changes of them, do we want to eliminate procedures or processes in them, or what do we want to do to them. And as those of you who have been around a while recall, this is something we promised ourselves we would do when we enacted these rules in about March of 2012. And so we started this process after a year, after the site opened for a year, and we're trying to figure out how to build on what we've learned during the time since the site has been open, and we process things and look at items in the rules and see where we are. I'm going to report to everybody, but we're still gathering information. We have been approached by some, particularly the brokers, who want to talk to us about specific issues, and we've agreed to meet with them. But it probably won't be till after Christmas when we do that, and we hope to be able to have a little bit more comprehensive report for you in our January meeting. And the plan is, and this is just the general plan, we will come back together and when we solidify on these issues after we've had individual input from whoever wants to give it to us, at that point we'll probably schedule a public meeting just to take comment from everybody on the bullet point issues that I'm going to list in a minute, and plus any others that come to mind before the meeting in January to see where we're going. And then we'll go apart and the committee will work to come up with a draft, satisfy ourselves on the draft, and based upon discussions so far, that might take multi-days of discussions because Dick and I were top dicks on the committee along with Linda Morris, and I met separately with each of them, and just yesterday when Dick and I got together, we spent an hour talking about one particular sentence in one of the rules. So we're going at it in some depth. And so that's the general schedule, and it looks like what we're looking at is about late spring to finally have. The process is we'll have this public meeting, we'll break to the committee will draft a rule, then we will bring it back in draft form to the commissioners to see if they want to approve our work product at that point, and if they do, we'll actually publish it as a rule and go into the formal rulemaking proceeding at that time. As you know, following our customary practice, we don't want to hide anything from anybody. We just, the reason we're not bringing everybody in at this time is we need to actually get the work done, to talk about the information that's coming in, both in written form and in verbal form, to see what we can come up with. Okay, let me talk about the 8 or 9 big picture items that we've identified so far, just so everybody knows what they are. First is, do we want to change the import application process? And as part of that is we're going to look at how it's working now, and the time limits and the application forms and everything else associated with it, to see if we've learned anything in the last year and a half to where we can speed that up or give it more flexibility. Secondly, similarly, do we want to change the export application process? And we're doing that currently under a resolution we adopted in 2009. Even though we have a rule now, the resolution, we're still operating under the resolution. And part of the question we're asking ourselves is, do we want to formalize the process, or do we want to keep going the way we're going? And another question that we're asking is, do we want to make it parallel to the so where it tracks sort of the import process as the export process, so we have a simplified form where we're asking the same questions on both things in the same type of discussion. Another question that we're starting to look at is, how should we process broker applications? As you know, we spend a lot of time on looking at applications for, and the statute requires that we look at, and the compact requires that we have these agreements. The compact doesn't, but the statute in Texas requires that we have agreements with generators. Brokers can be, but they don't have to be generators themselves. So we're looking at that whole process to see what we might do to address that. Another subsidiary question is, there are some provisions in our existing rules on fees, and we're debating whether or not what we want to do about that. We leave them in. We don't charge fees currently, but the language in the rule is there. One of the questions that's come up has to do with representations that there are no outstanding violations for any applicant, whether export or import. And the reason that's come up is that we got some information that there was an investigation going on to somebody who had an import permit, and it wasn't an alleged violations. And for those of you who were around at the time, you recall that we had a great deal of discussion during the development of these rules about how we want to consider potential regulatory violations these are for people who are seeking imports or export. And it became an interesting topic of discussion then, and it continues to be. And we're looking at the question of which allegations are violations. First of all, when is a violation a violation? That's one thing. Just an allegation may not be enough. And secondly, the other question is, how relevant is it to what we're doing? And the example I came up with when I was thinking about this is, there are lots of refineries in Texas that may have radioactive material. Do we care whether they've got a Clean Air Act allegation out there against something they've done in their refinery process? Or do we only want to focus on the radioactive nature of the waste? And so that's another question we're asking ourselves, and I'm probably talking too much, but I just want to give you all hints as to the kind of things that we're talking about as we go through this. Should we amend the forms? That's going to be yes, we are going to amend the forms. We don't have a form amendment yet for either imports or export. One of the questions is, should we change the way we notice both either the period or the type of notice that we get currently? Most of you know we publish notice of receipts of import applications. We have a deadline for those to be received. We have a 25-day comment period after they're published. We published them in the Texas Register. We don't exactly do that for export applications, and we're going to see if there's reason to merge the two or not, or which choice we make. Basically, on export applications, presently what we're doing is we have a rule of thumb. Basically, there's nothing in the rule, but our operational plan is we will consider them if we get them in time to have them posted as an agenda item on our agenda. And generally that means they've got to be here at least more than 10 days in advance, because we post our agendas 10 days in advance of our meeting. And so that's been our operational rule. We may choose to incorporate that We have not had that many comments about export applications. We've had more about import applications. So we had a long discussion when we first adopted these about the 25-day notice. And so one of the questions is, do we want to change that at all? And so we haven't made any decisions about these things. I'm just outlining them for you that these are in issues that we've discussed. The next one is, how do we integrate issues addressed in Mr. Salzman's white paper on, as most of you know, we've had an ongoing discussion about when does waste become a waste. And this is important because of the fact that the compact exists. And the compact is geographic boundaries. And so we have to understand the relationship of the waste to those geographic boundaries, because the generators in compact have the first call on capacity, and the generators out of compact then come in. And the state of Texas, in its legislative acts, has limited the quantity of material that can come in for non-party state compact waste generators in the United States. So we're looking at the question of how we show whether a waste has been, and believe it or not, a question has recently come up about international waste of international origin, how even we define that, because the waste could originate, or radioactive substance could originate here in the United States, never be used here, never be owned here, and yet somebody seeks to import it back to make it a waste in the United States. Is that prohibited under the compact and under our statutes? And we're going to take a look at those questions. We're also going to look at questions of, okay, if something is in inventory and it's converted to a waste, whether it's in Tennessee or North Dakota or Nevada or Texas, when does it cease being, and I guess this is the question, John, that you've mainly focused on, cease being a inventory or a asset and become a waste. And to that extent, we're working closely with TCEQ, because they also have a working program in connection with that particular issue, because we're all in the same boat together. We just have to distinguish between in compact and out of compact for several reasons. And the final thing is that the trying to fit the, and Mr. Shattuck has asked these questions, and this is a broad question that we're looking at, is there, the way Texas sets up this procedure under the Compact Commission oversees the compact work, but Texas has the obligation to, and I spoke with this at the low-level waste board meeting, Texas has the obligation to establish a site. And the way they did that is they have now, after 2003, they passed a law that said that an entity, in this case it's WCS, could make an application. Before 2003, that wasn't allowed in Texas. So for the first 10 years of the compact, no private entity could hold a license to dispose of low-level radioactive waste. That changed in 2003. So we now have this system set up in Texas that Texas defines how it's going to set up its a low-level waste site. And we want to make sure that we have a full coordination, I guess is the best way to put it, between the language in the compact, is that right there, between the language in the compact and the way the Texas legislature has set up our system for, and we want to make sure it all works together. And again, as I've said in the past, now that we've got a year and a half worth of operation under our belt, we're just looking at all these things to see how we can make it work in a practical sense for those of you who are using it, and certainly for WCS as the licensee and lessee of the site out there, and they are the site operator. They have a lease with Texas to occupy the site, and they have the license, and we thank them for that. We really do, because without them, none of us would have access to a site. So we're trying to figure out to put the practical limits on this, and we have more conversations to come with brokers primarily, and those are the ones we know about. Anybody else that I left out? Okay. So that just gives you a report on what we're doing. So just because we don't have something today, I don't want somebody to think we haven't been working on this. We have been. and you've gotten a little review from us for what we're doing. And I did comment to Rod that at one point that we still don't have any comments from WCS about this, and Rod assured me that we would at the appropriate time, and I'm confident that that's so. We do have them from a number of other people that we're looking forward to getting more as we go through the process. If there are any questions for me on this report, I'll be glad to answer them. If not, we'll just go forward. Anybody have any questions for the commission, first of all? Okay. Did I cover everything I needed to cover, Lee? All right. Those are the items we've talked about there. And so the next item on our agenda is going to be a presentation. Leonard, welcome, by the Disused Source Working Group. Leonard, for those of you who don't know, is what do they call you, Leonard? I don't even know what your title is. You're with the Rocky Mountain Compact.
Executive Director.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad to have you here, Mr. Doyle. Of course, in your city, but that's one of those things.
My phone says 16, but it's chilly. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Leonard Slosky, and I'm Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Compact, and I'm here today because I'm the chair of the Low Level Waste Forum's Disused Source Working Group, and I'm here just to give you a very brief update. We're in the middle of our process. Actually, we're nearing the end of our process, we hope. We have met 14 times over 25 months, so we've been very busy. We actually met in Austin the last 2 days, which enabled me to be with you today. We've made a lot of progress. We've had 7 meetings with stakeholders, so we've gathered a lot of input, and we're in the process of putting our report together and finalizing our findings and recommendations. As was mentioned earlier, the Low Level Waste Forum will be meeting in Austin March 17th and 18th. Courtesy of TCEQ and WCS are co-sponsoring our meeting. We appreciate that. We encourage all of you to attend. We will be presenting the report of the Disused Source Working Group at that point. We will have some other interesting sessions as well. We're obviously don't have our agenda fully formed, but I know we'll be talking about oil and gas norm at some length. We had an introductory session at our last forum meeting, which the chair and executive director attended. And the jurisdiction, I'm digressing to other issues, but the jurisdiction of compacts varies over norm and oil and gas norm. Some of us have been regulating it for many years. In other states and compacts, oil and gas norm is a new thing. It's an emerging issue in the Dakotas and other states. I know in Texas it's old hat, but we'll be talking about that as well. I think our report will probably make a lot of people uncomfortable. I think we're pretty frank in trying to identify the issues and make some recommendations.
You're talking about the norm report, not
I'm sorry,
Disused Working Source.
I'm back to disused sources.
Okay.
Sorry, done with norm.
That's all right.
But, we've taken a very close look at the disused source issue, which is a complicated issue. There are obviously many sources. There are 2 million licensed sources in the U.S. There are 81,000 federally designated risk significant sources from a national security standpoint licensed in the U.S. So there are a lot of these, and they vary from very small, well logging, moisture density, measurement types of devices to very intense blood irradiators and cancer therapies and very wide variety of sources. We have the same issue that you were just mentioning. When does a source become disused? How long does it stay in the closet? What are the impediments to getting it to disposal? We have observed, we've communicated with WCS and TCEQ. You've received a number of sources since the Texas facility opened, but we've not seen a rush of sources, which many had expected, because 34, 36 states were without a place to dispose of their sources for a number of years after the Barnwell facility closed to only its compact. So it's a complicated issue. There's not a single solution. There's not a single way to solve the problem. So we're working on 20-some recommendations that cover the gamuts from what we believe can be improved in the regulatory regime to educational technical assistance and alternative technologies, just to mention a few. We do anticipate being able to share in the coming months our tentative findings and recommendations. One of our next steps, once we finish sort of the putting together the tentative thoughts, is to go back out to the stakeholders and request input. I expect we will get a lot of input. We will probably make a lot of people unhappy, but I think that's the sign of a good report. I think one of the reasons the Department of Energy came to us is that we obviously have some vested interests, but we're not disuse source people. Most of us did not know a lot about sealed sources when we started this program, but we've learned a lot, and I think we're able to identify some of the shortcomings and improvements that could be made without being too deep into the trenches and have that institutional momentum not to do anything. So that's where we are. I would certainly welcome any questions, and I would welcome your feedback when we start circulating our tentative findings.
All right. I'm just going to ask you to give a little background for those who don't follow this as closely as others do. And currently, for sealed sources, what are the disposal options available to them?
Well, if you're in the Atlantic Compact, you have access to the Barnwell facility, but that is only 2 states, so that does not serve much of the country. If you're in the Northwest or Rocky Mountain Compact, you have access to the Northwest Compact facility, and so I think there are 12 or 13 states that have access there. Right now, we're in the middle of a 1-year variance at the Energy Solutions facility in Clive. So they are accepting through the Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors collection efforts only Class A sources. And then the rest of the nation has access through your procedures and TCEQ procedures to the Texas Compact facility. So the landscape changed dramatically when the Texas facility opened, because the majority of the states did not have access for any types of sealed sources for 6 or 8 years. So that's a real landmark, and that's why we expected many more sources to come here, and that's why we're trying to understand the dynamics and constraints of why more sources are not coming here.
All right. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners? Dick?
We rule on a lot of import applications. Should we require that the compact from which they're coming sign off, the on those applications before we vote to receive it?
As you can imagine, our compact has had exclusionary authority now for 28 years. So we've been through the process that you're now going through. And there is a general agreement among compacts that the compact of origin should have to grant approval if they have procedures to grant approval before another compact receives waste from them. So I'm not speaking officially for the forum on this issue, but
what do you think we should do? I mean, is there an advantage? Is there any? Does it matter? Should it matter to us if the other compact hasn't granted authority to ship here?
I think it should matter to you. There actually is a treaty among the compacts that allows waste to go freely across borders subject to procedural requirements for treatment. And one of the conditions of that is that the compact of origin is willing to receive the waste back if it cannot be disposed of. Because if you send waste to Tennessee, for example, for treatment, Tennessee doesn't want to get stuck with that waste if it can't go for disposal. So I think this is a long way of saying I think there is a common interest in abiding by the requirements of all of the compacts. And at some point you may find it in your interest to have the cooperation of another compact. And so if we each respect each other's requirements, I think the system works better. Most of the compacts grant annual export approval by resolution. So many of the compacts, you have approval. Our compact, the Southwest Compact, for example, grant export approval on a specific basis. And it's quite easy to determine whether we've granted export approval or not. We issue a permit. The Southwest, I think, grants a petition. So I do think I think the system works better if you do not receive waste unless it has been approved by the compact of origin if they have an approval process.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand the advantage. Sorry to be dense about this, but supposing a shipper just says, listen, our compact doesn't take it, which is true of compacts, which is true of shippers from 34 or 36 states, and we don't have approval to ship to you, but we've got to ship. We've got to dispose of it somewhere, and we can't dispose of it in the place that we would otherwise have. What is I'm sorry, but I just don't catch the advantage of our requiring the sign-off of the other compact.
Well, let me give you
Maybe I don't mean to. I don't want to waste everybody's time because I'm a little dense on this subject, but could you just kind of tell us what the advantage to us is, or to, the state of Texas or whatever?
There may not be a direct advantage in that particular instance, but let me give you the reverse, which will probably occur at some point. I know you're wrestling with your export requirements, and I'm not sure if you're issuing export approval for waste for processing, but at some point you may regulate the export of waste for processing. And at some point, I promise you, if you do, you will end up having Texas waste or Vermont waste outside of your compact without approval to be outside of the compact. And you will then want the cooperation of the compact in which that waste resides to help resolve that matter. And if you don't, in a sense, have reciprocity, and if you're not respecting that compact's export approval and accepting waste to Texas, they may be less inclined to cooperate with you in your interest of dealing with Texas waste or Vermont waste.
Why do the other compacts care?
Because we have rules that require export approval. We care because only Northwest Compact and Rocky Mountain Compact waste can go to the Northwest Compact facility in Washington State. So if someone says they have Rocky Mountain Compact waste in Tennessee, it's been treated, they want to ship it to the Richland facility, and if we haven't issued export approval, we don't know whether that's our waste or not. And for, as I said, 6 or 8 years, most of the states did not have access for B&C disposal. So there was a great incentive for people to confuse whose waste it was. And, we track all of the waste that comes into our compact. We track all of our waste that leaves our compact. So that if someone says, we have Rocky Mountain waste and we want to ship it to Richland, we know we have a paper trail to say that is our waste and it is eligible to go to Richland.
It really keeps the orphans at bay, right? I mean, that's really kind of what it's for. So you don't get an orphan shipment somewhere. Somebody knows where it is and whose it belongs to.
Correct.
And I'm really for this. I mean, I like our compact having the check off of another compact, because then there's 2 check-offs, and it's just a better public safety thing for me. But because I don't want to have WCS, and I'm really thinking TCQ and WCS will never let this happen with all the rules we have, but just some kind of shipment landing out there that's been in the papers and newspapers in the last 20 years of something arriving in some state, and then that state cannot get rid of it. With this process, it belongs to the Rocky Mountain or Atlantic or whoever. We know that. We know it's got credentialed before it gets to us. Without that, I don't know if I'd want to be voting on something that I didn't know where it came from or had a credential with it.
Right, and I mean, if from a legal standpoint, our statute says that one cannot export waste from our compact without approval. So from a legal standpoint, that's why we issue export permits, because our statute requires some form of approval.
And if I may, just to put the fact to the record, in addition to the Rocky Mountain Compact requiring export authorization, there are only 2 others besides ours that require it. That would be the Southwestern Compact and the Central Interstate Compact. The rest of the compacts do not require authorization in order to export.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the reason for my question. My understanding is that it's not that by and large, there aren't these laws that require it. You're the exception.
Well, all of the compacts except for the Northwest Compact have in their statute authority to regulate export. As the Executive Director mentioned, several are exercising it on a blanket basis. They pass an annual resolution saying that all waste can be exported for the coming year. But there are 3 compacts that issue specific export requirements. And the reason we do, again, is that we have access to a facility that only our compact and the Northwest Compact have access to. So we have a contract, and it's in our interest to make sure that that facility stays open and open to our waste. And part of this is also that our requirements started, as I said, decades ago when the situation was very different. And the Low-Level Waste Policy Act, the federal law, had a very detailed set of access requirements of who had access to what sites and what you had to do to maintain access. And we had states at various points in time that did not have access to various facilities. And we also had a disposal facility. And we would grant access to some states and bar access to other states. And we then contracted with some states that bought access to our facility. So it was very important to keep track of whose waste was whose. And if you don't track it from origin, by the time it gets through a broker, it can get very confused. Not that the brokers are trying to do anything intentionally, but when they start filling the drum up of multiple compacts, you cannot always separate out one compact's waste for another. So some of their procedures had to change because at various points in time, not all the states had access to all the facilities.
Thank you.
Understand?
You mentioned that you were trying to understand why there weren't more shipments sent to WCS when they opened. Have you made any determinations about that?
We think cost is a major issue. One of our findings is that the users are very focused, as they should be, on their business, on their research, their use of the sealed source. But unfortunately, that focus does not extend to the back end. That when they're done with it, how much is it going to cost? What expertise do they need to package it? And so we think cost is a major factor, and the lack of planning, the lack of awareness that you might buy a source for $10,000 or $20,000, but you go to dispose of it and it's $100,000 to rent the shipping container, arrange for transportation, pay the disposal fee, and if you've not planned on that $100,000 cost, if you need a Type B container, that's a very large amount of money. And so the sources tend to stay in the closet, unfortunately.
They also tend to stay on site. Have you talked about that in your report in terms of all the safe store of the low level? I understand also high level, but there's so many. Have you figured out how many sites there are across the nation, and have you made any recommendations about the disposal of more of the low-level waste that is kept on site?
No, our focus has been only on disused sources.
Okay. Thank you.
There are a large number of sealed sources in the U.S. And I mean, for those of you that are familiar with sealed sources, some of these are teeny tiny little things that are not very risky either from a health and safety standpoint or a national security standpoint. But we think the federal definition of what's risk significant, the 81,000, is actually too narrow of a definition. It's a narrower definition than IAEA. You could have a source that sits just, a millicurie below that definition, and if you have 2 of those or 5 of those, you could have a very risk significant quantity. But to just think that there are even 81,000 out there, that's a very large number.
And my understanding is we don't even know where all of them are.
The 81,000, we supposedly know where they are. There's a NRC tracking system, the nuclear source tracking system. But for the Category 3, for example, IAEA Category 3, which is defined by them as dangerous sources, there's no tracking in the U.S. And some of these are even generally licensed. You do not have to have a specific license, which means you can possess them more or less by rule. There is now a registration requirement. You're supposed to register them annually, but in many agreement states, that's not really monitored.
Thank you, Leonard. Are there any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just put an aside here that says this is sort of fits in well with our discussion about our rules, because all of these things are fitting in. We do have a rule on exportation of waste for treatment with the return to the compact. We have a rule about that, and it's one of the rules that we're actually looking at. And so just to satisfy you, we do supposedly get reports about that from people shipping out for treatment and then returning. And that's where we had our big debate originally about commingling, and that's one of the things we're looking at. Same thing you would look at, or any other compact would look at. All right. Next, if there are no further questions about item 6, we'll go to item 7, consideration and possible action and follow request for amendments to agreements for importation. And John, is this, or you're up, our committee chairman, Mr. Salzman. The first one is PG&E Diablo Canyon. Are we taking them separately? Is that the best way?
That was my intention.
Okay, very good. 7A.
The technical committee received an application sorry about that. The technical committee received an application from Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Diablo Canyon Power Plant, to amend their import agreement. That receipt document by the commission is 1-0024-01. We received that on October 25th, 2013. Diablo Canyon is requesting to increase the radioactivity for 2 of the specific isotopes that we track. The first one is carbon-14, and they wish to increase the approved amount from 10,500 millicuries to 11,000 millicuries. And for technetium-99, they wish to increase from 50 microcuries to 52 microcuries. I suspect this is as a result of them actually getting the shipments prepared. As you pointed out in our application process, as it currently exists, they apply for a permit based on the best information they have of what they need to send. But when actual shipments get prepared and things like that, sometimes the amounts can change. And in this case, that's I believe what's happened. They are not proposing a change to the volume or to the overall radioactivity of the proposed shipment. The technical committee would recommend approval of this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from commissioners for Mr. Salzman about his report? I guess we don't have any questions, John. We're ready for a motion.
Actually, Lee, I'll have to ask you this because I always get confused on the amendments. The numbering scheme, I know what the number of the amendment request is, but the actual agreement is, the number is?
For the agreement, the number will be 2-0024-01.
All right, so I make a motion that we approve an amendment to agreement 2-0024-01 for Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Diablo Canyon Power Plant, to increase their carbon-14 approved limit from 10,500 to 11,000 millicuries, and for technetium-99 from 50 microcuries to 52 microcuries.
That's the motion. Do I hear a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion among the commissioners? Anybody have any comment? Okay. There's no discussion, no further comment. So I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 7B, Humboldt Bay.
The technical committee received an application from Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Humboldt Bay Power Plant. That amendment was received October 23rd, 2013, and then there was a clarification November 5th of 2013. And basically, they have requested that an additional waste stream be added to their approved import permit. They wish to add Class A decommissioning waste, and I think this was as a result of communication with TCEQ and the determination that some of the waste that was being generated during the decommissioning of that power plant, in fact, needed to fall under the category of decommissioning waste as opposed to resins or something like that. So they are not requesting any change to the volume, the total radioactivity, or even to the individual radionuclides, just to add an additional waste stream, decommissioning waste, and that's Class A waste. The technical committee recommends approval of this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Salzman? Don't hear any questions, then, John, I guess we're ready for excuse me, Dick.
John, this Class A import is cropping up more and more, I see, in these. And it's, you know, I've always kind of assumed that Class A, at least DAW, went kind of as a routine matter to somewhere else, presumably, mostly Utah. Are we now kind of beginning to get to take Class A imports as a general rule?
I don't know that I have definitive information as to say whether it's going to become more common or not. I think we have seen some. I want to find that one real quick in the technical spreadsheet. It's 28. I did not bring a computer this time. I just had hard copies. Their original application was approved for both Class B and Class C. Irradiated hardware, reactor internals, and resins, and so they're adding this Class A decommissioning waste. I suspect as they go through and do various decommissioning activities, they are discovering waste that falls into the category that they have to dispose of. Now, it's possible that the waste is of such a radiation level that it really can't go to the facility in Clive. I can't say that definitively because we don't really need that level of detail to make a determination on the application. But that's one possibility. That this isn't probably your typical paper plastic trash. It's probably items that are metal in nature, just based on the items that are already approved, and they're not changing their volume. Irradiated hardware and reactor internals and resins are going to be things that generally are not the kinds of items that South Texas Project or the Vermont reactor are shipping to Clive. They're those kinds of materials. The Texas utilities and the Vermont utilities are typically shipping to WCS. But I don't know if I exactly answered your question.
Yeah, I think this is going to come up more in a later application, but it just, I mean, if in fact, I'm sure TCEQ can tell us whether there's still the charges for like Class A waste are still such that they're subsidizing the other the in-compact shippers, when they take imports of Class A. See, I was always kind of under the impression that Class A, that Clive was, much less expensive, except in certain kinds of Class A, than this site, and that therefore we really didn't have to worry. We figured that the Class B and C was going to be expensive and it was going to cross-subsidize. When you start getting into Class A, and if we're competitive with Clive, then, I begin to wonder whether these imports are, but I'm sure that CCEQ can tell us about that.
Well, from a sort of a technical economic perspective, I would suspect that if they could ship it to Clive, they probably would. So it's either technically Clive can't take it and or WCS has a better economic deal for them, but perhaps
Mr. Balser is here.
Answer that question.
President of WCS. Go ahead, Rod.
I'd volunteer for the hot seat. On this particular case, this is stuff that is high enough activity it cannot go to Clive. It is not the DAW that is in most of the export petitions that you have in front of you today as well. This is the different kind of resins and filters type of stuff this is not your DAW that would typically go to Clive. You are right, you are seeing more of the Class A. It is not, VC is not subsidizing Class A, so we are making money on the Class A waste that's coming in for import. It's part of a full suite of services, so as they clean out their resin tanks, for example, if they'd like to ship us all the A, B, and C out of those resin tanks, we're more than happy to have that. As we've talked about before, our facility has a lot of high fixed costs. So if I'm just limited to BC imports, I've got to be very careful with that. If I can add a little bit of Class A, some of these high dose rate resins, some of the large components you'll probably talk about in other petitions or applications as we go through today, that helps the economics of the facility in general. And also provides a better solution to the customer as well. So you may also recall I think it was the last Compact Commission in September, we submitted a report that had some capacity bullets on it as well. We're well under our cubic feet capacity expectations from the TCQ report. With the Vermont decommissioning and then turning off operations in 2015, about 200,000 cubic feet of waste is not going to be generated that we thought would be generated from 2016 through 2032. So there's other savings as well. We also have applications in front of TCQ to expand the compact facility from the current 2.3 million cubic feet licensed to 9 million cubic feet. So we are definitely have heard your concerns about capacity and understand those, and I think our even without the amendment approval for the expansion we have in front of TCQ, have more than adequate to take the Class A waste that you've got in front of you today on the agenda.
Right now, I'm not really talking about capacity. What I'm wondering is, when you do take Class A, is it fair to say that it's a kind of a different kind of Class A than would normally go to Clive, or are you now in competition with Clive on rates for this kind of Class A?
It's a mix of both. So some of the Class A is a higher dose rate than they can really take, and we take that at our facility. Some of it they could take, and it's going to us instead, customer preference and choice. When it comes to our site, most of this waste is handled exactly the same way we handle our BC waste. It's taken out of a liner, put into a concrete canister, and grouted and placed there in the landfill.
Okay, but you've been here. We've heard an awful lot of testimony about how, from generators, about how it costs, 8 times the amount to go to you guys rather than to Clive, and so I'm just surprised that seems to have flipped, and I want assurance that this is still cross-subsidizing in compact waste?
This is still providing a benefit to in-compact generators, and the 8 times comment and things like that really related to the DAW, and so that I'll call it compactable trash type of stuff. We still have to, bury that differently than what they've got at Clive, and that material I don't anticipate would come to the compact facility.
When you say it,
well, I don't want to use the word.
You say it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
You said it provides a benefit to in-compact generators. I see one of our main concerns as being that in-compact generators, in effect, get favored treatment. That if a nuclear plant in Texas generates waste, it is less expensive for them to put that waste in your facility than a similar situation from outside of the compact. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. We've been assured that is the case. And since we're moving into Class A now, which was kind of in a different category, everybody said, okay, you're taking Class B and C, and that's high cost for disposal, and therefore, we should all be happy about that, and so on. But I don't know. I get the feeling you're in competition now, somewhat with Clive, and I just want to be assured that as I say, TCEQ knows all these contracts. They've got them all on file, and they know what the rates are. So maybe.
Oh, and so let me be clear, and every out of compact shipment we take is more expensive than an in compact shipment we take. So if it's the same type of material, the in compact generator is going to be less than the out of compact generator, guaranteed. There is no way around that. So the in compact rates are less because we're taking this out of compact waste for import. There is competition, and we're competing on that out of compact rate, but that just means the in compact rate is significantly less than what that market rate is for out of compact generators.
Okay, well that answers my concern, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I mean, we have an application by out of compact generator to import Class A, which WCS is authorized to take, and if the out of compact generator wants to ship there, pay the extra costs, do we have a problem with that?
I would assume probably not. I just want to make sure we know what we're looking at.
Particularly when the volume, as I understand this application, the volume isn't increasing at all, and it's just they added this waste stream. It's called Class A instead of.
But I see it kind of stirring in. We haven't had Class A imports much in the past.
No, and you may recall, I think 2 sessions ago in Austin, there was some discussion about this, and thus we developed this kind of white paper on that we've got the capacity for it, and we do expect, Class A waste. I think in the paper we said roughly 50,000 feet of a year. So, that's our expectation as we go forward, and didn't want you to be surprised by that. And you are seeing that come into the mix more.
I do recall you saying at the time that you expect that you would be economically competitive on some of the Class A materials, some of them, not all of them.
Not all of them.
Some of them, because of various kinds of costs or contracts, and he was, I think, so, it maybe it's the start of a trend. Maybe you're right. We'll see more and more of this, maybe. But anyway, thanks, Rod. Any other questions? Yes. Dan. Either one.
Good morning.
Good morning, Charles.
How are you?
Hi.
I just wanted to confirm that the rate rule, the way that comes into play, the rates charged to in-compact generators has to be less than the rates charged to out of compact, and so whether that's A, B, or C.
As I recall the
I
wording.
thought that was the nature of your question.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
As I recall the wording, basically the out of compact has to be the cheapest rate they can pay is the highest rate for in compact, as I recall.
That's right.
Thanks, Charles. Yes.
Hi, my name is Dan Schrum. I'm with Energy Solutions. We operate the Clive facility. I don't know anything about pricing. I've always separated myself from pricing because it doesn't matter.
Welcome to our club.
Well, I know. So I'm coming before you. This has nothing to do with pricing. I don't. That's not what I do. But a statement was made is that this material can't come to Clive. That is not the case. I cannot think of an exception where Class A material is not allowed at our Clive facility, other than, just to be very clear, we do have a limitation on chlorine-36, and that's not what's at play here. So, other than chlorine-36, we take up to the Class A limits, and there's nothing that we've ever not received. Okay? Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. That adds facts. Okay. Are there any more questions, Mr. Salzman, on his report, or any more comments? John, we're ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve amendment of the import agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Humboldt Bay Power Plant. That amendment agreement would be 2-0028-02 to add Class A decommissioning waste to approved waste streams that they can send to the facility.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, is there anybody else want to comment on this matter? Yes. Mr. Castaneda? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Carlos Castañeda with Representative Lon Burnham's office. Thank you for having us today. I just want to comment very briefly that I certainly agree with what you, Commissioner, mentioned and what the President of WCS confirmed just a few minutes ago, that we have had a trend in the last few months and in the last couple of years of increasing the amount of Class A waste that we are receiving. This was originally not the intent of the Texas legislator, and as someone coming from a legislator's office, I can confirm this. And even though I appreciate what the Disposal Commission has been doing in making sure that they review and understand all the facts coming in, what is worrisome to our office is that, for example, even the representative from the technical committee is not familiar with exactly what kind of Class A waste coming in. This is the more serious kind of waste, and the fact that we don't have enough details required as part of the application process is worrisome to us. And so we would just like commissioners to keep into account in either future rulemaking petitions, any future changes to their import or export application forms. We would like to see the requirement for a bit more detail when it comes to waste, especially when we're making these almost routine now exceptions for Class A waste. And so thank you for letting me speak on this matter. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Castaneda from the Commission? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's one of those things that is embedded in the technical nature of the kinds of surveys that have to be done in the classifications, unfortunately. And I think that when we have our public meetings, you'd be more than welcome to come listen to us talk about these kinds of issues so we can all come to agreement or at least understand the problems that go into it from multiple points of view. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. We have a motion and a second. Without any further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And 7B, and we've been going a little over an hour. We're an hour and 15 minutes basically, and so we're going to take about a 15-minute break right now, particularly upon a specific request, and we'll do that. So we'll be back here about 11 o'clock. Thank you.
One of the 1,000 people a month that moves here. I was in College Station last year. Well, there's that one, I think there's the one right there by That's the door.
I got to get ready for the.
Again. Yeah, just take care of it.
This is great. I'm gonna definitely put it on my wall. Yeah, that's for our crimes office. He's our representative now, but he's not running.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We'll slowly get started if everybody is slowly taking your seats. We have a slowly reassembling quorum.
Brandon Hurley, nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
All right, we're through item 7. The next item on the agenda is 8A, Aileron Nuclear Services. This is consideration of possible action on an application for importation. Mr. Salzman, Sans Computer, you're on again.
The technical committee reviewed an application from Veolia ES Aileron LLC. I'll refer to them from now on as Aileron. That was signed September 24, 2013, and received officially by the Commission on October 1, 2013, and that application was 1-0050-00. Aileron is a generator that's requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste. They have requested approval to dispose of Class A unstable metal filters, paper, plastic, steel shot, and activated steam generator tubes, and that request was approved by TCEQ, or at least the compact facility operator was approved to dispose of those materials in a letter from TCEQ dated November 1, 2013. Aileron is requesting authority to dispose of 105 cubic feet and 50 curies total radioactivity, 14 millicuries of C14, 2,500 microcuries of technetium-99, and 3,000 nanocuries of I-129. I would note that they have no unresolved issues with the Commission, nor with any violations or complaints. The waste is coming from the state of Pennsylvania, which is part of the Appalachian Compact and does not require export authorization. The volume and curies are not significant in relation to the limits that were approved by the, or that were enacted by the legislature. I would also note that they've requested import authorization. It says from November 1. I don't know how we can go backwards in time, so we would probably have to change that to November 20, 2013 through August 31, 2014, which is the legislatively mandated date that our second year of import would cease. I don't know that there's anything other particularly interesting about this application. Commissioner Sodick, I would note that this is Class A waste, as you mentioned in earlier. My assumption is that the reason it's coming, or they're requesting to ship it to the WCS facility is, I assume it must be economic. I can't imagine why they would want to ship it to WCS if it was going to cost them more, but again, I'm assuming that. I don't think there's anything in this, what they've requested that cannot be disposed of at the Clive facility. And the technical committee does recommend approval of this import application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, John. Are there questions? Dick? Jane, do you want to start with that?
Oh, no, go ahead. You want to start?
Okay. Jane?
Again, the Class A waste, and Representative Berman's, Mr. Castaneda, raised the issue that these are becoming more and more routine. So I'm concerned about these routine exceptions. It's not becoming an exception anymore. This is what we do. We approve the Class A waste, the WCS. Not to belabor the issue of in compact versus out of compact, but clearly, from a business point of view, if I were a WCS CEO, I'd be saying, okay, how do I lower the cost for Class A to become competitive? I understand that. That makes sense. But I think it will have an impact on compact because you have on in compact. And I know we can't discuss pricing, but if you have a certain profit margin and you say, okay, we're operating under this profit margin and we're charging this much for Class A waste, and then we're charging this much for Class A waste from our in-compact partners or for any class, and then you lower your Class A waste for out-of-compact, that means you raise, in order to keep the profit margin, the cost to the in-compact. So I guess as a matter of principle, I am concerned about the fact that it was supposed to be B and C waste and Class A for exceptional purposes, and we want to keep the costs down for the in-compact waste because we put all the money into actually making the site happen. So I think as a matter of principle, I'm going to start voting against Class A waste unless it's just a small part of Class B and Class C waste that is being determined. Rod, do you have anything?
Yeah, Rod Balzer, President of WCS, and I'd like to try to change your mind. Related to pricing, so just to be clear, for the TCQ sets a maximum rate for in-compact generators, and that rate is set by rule and can't be changed just by WCS due to market conditions or anything else. So as in your example, as the price went down for out-of-compact waste, the price went up for in-compact waste. That's not true because there's a ceiling there that holds that rate, and that rate is constant. So even if our price did go down, it wouldn't have an impact on in-compact. They would still have a lower price. They wouldn't pay more just because we're taking waste from out-of-compact. In fact, I think the opposite is true, where if we expected a certain amount of Class A from in-compact waste, and we're able to achieve additional waste streams from out-of-compact, that'll add to the margins of WCS and help maintain those rates at or below that ceiling rate. for in-compact waste. So what we're trying to achieve by accepting this Class A waste is better utilization of the facility to ensure that that compact waste is going to be at a very reasonable price for the compact generators. As you're aware, we've got contracts with all the in-compact generators, and those were negotiated, and those contracts are firm and fixed, and the receipt of this Class A waste is what helps the economics for WCS to make sure that facility is economically viable and is achieving the targets everybody set out for it. I'll also point out, in our first year of operations, we had a certain amount of curies allotted to us by the legislature, as well as a certain amount of cubic feet. We didn't get anywhere close to either of those limits. The curie limits were increased by this last Texas legislative session, 275,000, and the cubic feet limit was removed basically for any kind of annual limitation. So there's a lifetime limit, but not an annual limitation. So I think that's confidence that we're not taking too many curies or too many feet. And then again, in the kind of a white paper we submitted out in September, we've got capacity. There's definitely a need out there. We're actively marketing this Class A, and it's because we're economically available, and it does help the economics of the facility as a whole to make sure we're available at reasonable prices for any compact generators.
Okay. I know the Texas legislature increased securities, and our job, it's not health and safety, or it's TCEQ. I'm seeing so many changes, so many amendments, so many things happening very quickly. It's not our role to oversee them as a commission, but our role is people who live on this planet. It may be, so I'm just a little bit concerned about all the changes happening quickly, and I don't feel that we have an expert that is at our disposal to talk through the things that are really just questions, not statements, not we want this, no agenda, but really to safeguard our place here, to safeguard health and safety and our place in the compact. I understand what you're saying, Rod, in terms of the contract. You have the contract, so if they're final, that's fine. But a ceiling is supposed to be just that. Yes, we would have a ceiling, but I'd really rather be below the ceiling as time goes on and as we decommission.
And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve by taking this out of compact Class A waste to make sure we'll stay below that ceiling for the in-compact generators. Mm-hmm. And I'd encourage the entire commission. It's been a while since the commission as a whole has been out to tour the facility. As you state, there's been a lot of changes over the last 2 years. We now have both the compact and federal facility open. There's been a lot of shipments, a lot of changes out at our site. I welcome any tours, and if it needed to be split up for different groups and things, certainly could accommodate that as well.
Dick, why do you think they didn't go to Claude with this shipment, this Class A shipment?
This one, they preferred WCS as an option, and I could call Sherry up here.
I take it they wouldn't be asking to import if they didn't prefer you as an option, but why do you think, we've become so conditioned to Class A, this is all Class A, and it's kind of a pure example. Man.
No, and what's coming out, a lot of this is intangibles about WCS. People come out to see the robustness of our disposal facility. You look at the other disposal facilities, they're shallow, they're within 10 feet of the surface, they've got shallow covers on them. You come out to ours, it's completely below grade. It's got the 7-foot liner system. It's got the state of Texas taking title directly, not a company. So there is just a robustness about this facility. And even if we were at a slight premium to our competitors, I think some of those intangibles, that additional, I'll say, liability protection from seeing how good the site is, how it performs. We have customers come and audit us nearly every week. We're audited by TCEQ, we're audited by the Department of Energy, and it keeps getting proven over and over again what a great facility it is. This last week, we had a tour with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We've had several legislative groups out, and it never fails that they look at the facility with a different set of eyes once they've been there. And the same thing happens for our customers, and they'd really like to ship us everything that they can economically ship us, just liability protections and understanding that is a safer, better environmentally, safety, compliance, operationally way to do it.
Is there anyone from Aileron here, or who represents them?
Yeah.
So they came out and they were impressed with your facility, and they said, we want to ship to this place because it's so impressive. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously working with customers and trying to convince them of that as well. But yeah, it's a material we can take. We can take Class A. We expect to take some Class A waste. We need Class A waste in those volumes to help support the facility. We started with BC waste, and it was very successful, but we haven't gotten the volumes of BC waste we expected. There's definitely lots of customers who have agreements with us who haven't shipped yet. And part of them say it's hard to ship to WCS, and it's kind of interesting. We've got to go through the Compact Commission and things like that, and they perceive that as a really high hurdle, and we're trying to convince them it's not. This is a safe facility. It's a known process, and it's not that challenging. But I understand the rules are being opened up, and I think there's probably ways to make that a little more efficient. And the perception, I think people who have actually shipped will tell you it's not that hard of a process. It's easy, and once you get started down that road, it's the way to go.
More. Rod, while you're sitting here, and I'm just going to say some things. One time I'm burdened by my history, and I've been around this quite a while. And at the low-level waste forum meeting, I made a little presentation about this because most people here don't realize, because you're not old enough, but when Texas started down this road, they formed a low-level radioactive waste disposal authority. Rick Jacoby back there was the executive director of it. And that legislation was passed in 1981, and I participated in the drafting of that legislation for a very strange reason. I wasn't representing any waste generators. But I carry, one of the problems I have is I carry all this history around in my head, and it is a problem. And it can be a problem, because when Texas set out to do what it did, and with the low-level waste authority, it was clear that the state of Texas wanted to be responsible for its own waste generated in the state of Texas. And then the Low-Level Waste Policy Act amendments came out in the mid-'80s, and early '80s, and then '85. And Texas formed a compact for specific reasons. And the judge and I are about to observe our 5th anniversary year of being on the commission. No. We were appointed November 24th, so it's almost 5 years, of 2008. So we're aware of the struggles. And one of the things that's interesting to me about this discussion is that all of a sudden Class A is supposed to go to Clive. Well, the site is licensed for Class A material. And if it's in compact, the reason they have to come to us is because if they ship for disposal, they have to get our permission to ship it out of the compact. Except for that, they can ship it to WCS. They can ship them all a Class A that they want from in compact. It can go there, and we won't even know that. It's going to go there. They have first call on it. If somebody from outside the compact comes and asks us to ship in, and again, I talked about this at the low-level waste forum, the way the Texas statute works is that Texas physically owns the land where the site is. As soon as the waste is approved for acceptance into the site, Texas owns the waste. That's not true everywhere. And so that and I have thought to myself, and I'm editorializing, and I probably shouldn't do this, but I thought to myself, if I were a generator of waste, that intangible difference would be something that I might seriously consider and factor in. And so it does not surprise me that we're getting more applications of Class A material for Class A disposal imported from out of the compact. Now, what's our job? Our job is to make sure that Texas and Vermont generators have enough capacity to when they need it, they've got it. And so we're looking at these importation agreements from a capacity question, but it's clearly illegal. And so, economics, I don't know about. Dick and I have talked about this, and I've talked about it with WCS over the years, and I don't know how that works. But I remember making the comment, and Rod probably remembers it too, when I said, the way I understand it, the first cubic foot of waste that goes into that facility is going to cost $30 million to get rid of, and because that's the way I thought it had to work. But I'm clearly wrong, and so I've been wrong about a lot of things in my life. But and Rod, I didn't mean to jump in, but and Dan, I didn't mean to jump in for you either. But I'm just saying the site's available, and our job is to look at these applications when they come in. And we've talked about capacity, Class A going out, and what good that does for Texas and Vermont generators. Judge has also mentioned from time to time that he's concerned that maybe too much Class A is going out and not enough coming to the site for various reasons. We talked about fiscal impacts, Judge. And so there's this balance that we have to do. And so I'm going to shut up now and just say, well, these are my comments. And Rod, have I misspoken, or Dick, have I confused things even more? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to, I want people to kind of understand where I come from on this. It seems to me that all environmental matters are Texas, under the compact, all environmental matters are in Texas's hands, and that's as it should be, because, we're not disposing of this in Vermont. And as far as I know, the aquifer doesn't go all the way up to Vermont, so we're not concerned about that either. But the economics of this, and I know that everybody's been very secretive about the contracts, and nobody wants to say it, and it's all kind of that way. But the fact is that the economics of this thing, we've gotten a certain amount in the past, a certain amount of assurance by the fact that the facility is charging more for imports, and that we don't know the exact numbers, but we've assumed that reduces the cost for in-compacts, and I think that is a perfectly legitimate field of inquiry for this commission. And, it will come as no surprise that I'm frustrated that we can't get more from the folks in this room about the economics of these things, other than generalizations. But, when it flips over, and we've been hearing all this testimony about how it's 8 times, it costs 8 times the amount to put it in Rod's place than to put it in Energy Solutions, and then all of a sudden a pure Class A application comes in here. I just don't know what to think, frankly. But it just seems implausible to me that the economics could have changed that fast and still be cross-subsidizing the Texas and Vermont generators.
And I do want to clarify that, that 8 times, there's, Class A that's containerized and it's disposed of in the, concrete canisters. For some of the higher dose rate waste, that's the same way Clive does it. They have to put it in, they basically put it in a culvert. It doesn't have a lid or a bottom, but just put it in a culvert. We put ours in our modular concrete canisters, 6 inches of reinforced rebar concrete with lids and bottoms, grout it in there. That's the Class A waste that has really come to WCS. The 8 times is really that dry active waste, that DAW, the clothing, plastic bags, tags, rags, things like that. That really is where, Clive can dispose of that outside of the concrete and more economically and efficiently. And so you are not seeing that come in on your import applications. You are seeing that high dose rate, which is very similar to the waste we're taking that's BC. It's just classified as Class A, and some of it has high dose rates. Some of it actually is Class A, probably has higher dose rates than some of the really low BC we get, just depending on what it's coming in and configured. But that's kind of where we're at, and that's the market we're bringing to you, and asking for your approval on that. And that is so we can continue to provide these lower prices in compact generators and somewhat swap out some of the waste that's leaving, that DAW, from in-compact generators going to Clive. We're taking some of the higher value waste that's higher dose rate and disposed of in concrete like we do everything else, and taking that into the facility. And we're taking much less in than is being sent out at this point. But I appreciate your consideration of this one.
Any more questions or comments, observations? I won't even editorialize for it. Go ahead, Sam.
I know you want to change my mind, and I remain concerned about this, and certainly the next one is a lot larger. And I understand the business plan, and what I'm hearing is that from a liability standpoint, that your history is not a problem. It's a wonderful resource. That would be more attractive to somebody, perhaps, all things considered. I guess I think I need to talk with some people between now and the next meeting about this whole Class A issue and get a little bit more of an understanding. So I'll go with you on this one. I'm not so sure on the next.
Understood.
Mr. Hurley.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
All right. Thank you, Ron. Mr. Strum, you want to say anything? Okay. John, I guess we're ready for a motion. Mr. Castaneda, you want to comment?
And just to reiterate what I said last time, nothing new.
Okay. John.
I make a motion that we approve the import application 1-0050-00 from Aileron for a period from November 21, 2013 through August 31, 2014. The waste will be coming from the state of Pennsylvania. Metal filters, paper, plastic, steel shot, and activated steam generator tubes, Class A, unstable. The volume would be 105 cubic feet. Curies is 50 millicuries. I apologize. 14 millicuries of carbon-14, 2,500 microcuries of technetium-99, and 3,000 nanocuries of I-120.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. I'm going to call for a record vote on this one. And Mr. Salzman?
Aye.
Judge?
Aye.
Mr. Hurley?
Aye.
Jane? Kid?
No.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chair votes aye. So that the motion passes.
claim my vote. They're from Wampum, PA, and I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's fine. All right, that's item 8A. Next is item 8B, Next Era Energy Point Beach. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee received an application from Next Era Energy Point Beach LLC, which I will refer to as Next Era Energy. That application was signed September 27, 2013, received by the Commission on October 1, 2013, and is 1-0051-00. Next Era Energy is a generator requesting dispose of non-party low-level radioactive waste. The compact facility operator was authorized by TCEQ in a letter dated November 1, 2013 to receive these materials, specifically Class A unstable steam generator lower assemblies. They have requested 16,000 cubic feet and a total radioactivity of 766 curies, 35,220 millicuries of C14, and actually less than MDA for both technetium-99 and I-129. MDA would be minimum detectable activity. They have no unresolved issues with the Commission or violations. In this case, the waste would be coming from the state of Wisconsin, which is in the Midwest Compact, and they do not require export authorization. The volume and curies are not significant in terms of the total limits that have been established by the legislature, but I didn't go back and check specifically, but I think 16,000 cubic feet might be the largest individual request in terms of cubic feet that we've received to date. The applicant has requested a one-year period for disposal authorization. The one, I guess, sort of the one question that I have, and I'm not sure if there's anyone here who can answer it, but the steam generators are very large objects, and it's been too long since I've looked at the tech specs for a PWR nuclear power facility, but steam generators are typically maybe 15 feet in diameter, 20 feet in diameter, something like that probably, and maybe 60 feet long, perhaps longer. It's a big object, and they are very heavy. So this indicates steam generator lower assembly, so I'm not sure if they're in fact going to be sectioning, in other words, you're cutting apart these steam generators into pieces, and perhaps only one part of it is coming. I would note that if I didn't, I think I mentioned, the TCQ has approved the waste stream, so it's nothing that's unapproved. But I sort of am curious as to whether these steam generators are going to be sectioned, cut in pieces, and how they're coming.
Rod, you want to come forward?
It may be the biggest thing that we've received a request for. I'm not completely certain.
Yeah, this will be the largest petition for cubic feet. It is the largest objects that we will have received, and they have 4 steam generators. As you said, they're rather large. I couldn't give you detailed specs on this one. They are removing the upper assembly from the lower assembly and
just so they're shipping part of it then.
Yes, and the reason they're so heavy is there is a really thick, large steel casing around these. Basically acts as its containment for shipping and things like that. Once we place it in the landfill, that it won't be in our regular modular concrete canisters. We'll place it. That steel casing provides its own stability, but then we also put concrete around it and encase it in concrete in the facility, so it will turn into a concrete block like everything else we put in there.
Physically then, just describe for us how you expect to handle these when you get them, if you get them.
Yeah, so these will come in to the facility. There's quite a lot of transportation. I believe these will actually be barged to Corpus, and then they'll be, I can't remember if it's rail or truck to our facility. I think rail to our facility. They'll be offloaded by cranes. We have a machine out at our facility right now called the Gold Hopper. It holds approximately 100 tons. It has, I think 18 different wheels. It's remote controlled, and you can link these together to make a longer, wider type moving machine. That'll be used to crawl this down into the facility where it will be placed in its kind of final configuration, and then encased in concrete there at the bottom of the landfill.
I assume that when you encase concrete, you're going to be using remote pumpers from up on top and put the concrete down.
Yeah, the dose rates on this large component aren't that high, and so we will be able to have workers there in the near vicinity.
More questions?
Well, I just want to know, is it fair to say this is a rather rare event that you have a component of this size to have to deal with?
They are rare events. They don't happen every day. We're looking forward to this. We have not taken one yet, and so we want to get this experience and get this in the landfill. The other in-compact generators will all produce this kind of material. Some of them have it in storage on site and things like that at this moment in time. So this will be a good opportunity. It also is bringing a Class A waste that's lower dose rate, so it's got less curie density than our usual waste. But again, we're competitive both from transportation and it's the same kind of disposal you would do at another facility. And it does help the economics for the in-compact generators to keep their rates low.
I would add that a steam generator is integral to a pressurized water reactor. Every pressurized water reactor has steam generators. So for every reactor that eventually decommissions, they're going to generate a steam generator or one or more steam generators. Now, I don't recall whether Vermont Yankee is a PWR or BWR.
It's a BWR.
So Vermont Yankee, in fact, will not have a steam generator. They'll have something that's akin to it, but the design is somewhat different. They call them by different names.
Let me ask just another question. I noticed that the application is for 1 year, presumably from, if we approve it today, from today, and we've heard the recommendation through the end of the fiscal year. And what is the schedule on doing this if we approve it? And because you've described transportation that is complicated.
It is. There was an award for a contract. We went out for bid and competed against Energy Solutions as a disposal site, and there were two other companies that worked with us that are providing the logistics, transportation, packaging on the front end of this, as well as placement all the way into the disposal cell. And one of those teams that we were on won this contract. So we already have the contract in place. They expect to move that this summer, and so it should be done, mid-2014. It is, for moves like this, as you might expect, it is significant revenue dollars. There's a lot of feet here, and so that is, obviously the state of Texas getting a 30%, well, Andrew's 5%, the state of Texas 25% fee on this as well.
Yeah. One of the reasons that I asked my question, you mentioned the possibility of a barge down, obviously, the Mississippi River, I guess, for the Intercoastal Canal to Corpus Christi, offloading there, and then either rail or truck shipments. But you don't have those details worked out yet, so.
Well, those details are probably worked out, but Rob Balzer doesn't have those in his head right now, so I apologize. But I can get you more information on that.
I was just curious about, and we've had questions in the past about routing, and so that's one of the reasons for my questions. And rail routing is a little bit different than highway routing, so.
Yeah.
Any more questions from any of the commissioners? Jane?
bid are 214, you know, if they're, if it's higher than, maybe it's just the original, and, but it seems more of that than anything else. Well, that's all it is.
I don't have the information on that. Looked at my technical expert in the corner, and she's telling me she doesn't know either.
I honestly, I can't tell you whether it's possible that if this is a lower assembly, that there could be some activation. I just can't remember how close the steam generators are to the reactor vessel, and whether it's possible that there's actually activation that takes place. Obviously, it's metal, it's got carbon in it, and so if it's close enough to the reactor, you'd have activation of that carbon. But it's also possible that carbon-14 is just a contaminant in the tubes themselves. I don't know.
More questions? Comments? I guess we're ready for a motion.
You know, I would add, I think I failed to include in my discussion that the technical committee does recommend approval of this.
Thank you. Okay. We've had a lot of discussion, but I think we're ready for a motion, John.
All right. I recommend approval of the application from NextEra Energy Point Beach LLC. That's 1-0051-00. Was signed September 27, 2013, received October 1, 2013. The waste will be coming from the state of Wisconsin and its steam generator lower assemblies. Waste classification is Class A. The waste form is unstable. The volume is 16,000 cubic feet. The curies are 766, and the carbon-14 is 35,220 millicuries. And my motion is that we approve an application for a period of, or from November 21, 2013 through August 31, 2014.
The motion, is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion among the commission?
I would add that the original application only asked for a period of 1 year, technically, and my motion actually extended that to the end of the fiscal year. I do that because, as Rod aptly described, all the complexities of getting those steam generators from Wisconsin to Texas, actually to the disposal pit or trench, is very complex. And I think in order to perhaps avoid an amendment that they would have to ask us for later if everything doesn't work out exactly the way they had perhaps planned, that we would just add a little extra time and give them till the end of the second disposal year to dispose of that material. It obviously doesn't change the volume and curies or anything else. It just gives them a little extra time to make sure they get all the complexities worked out and hopefully perhaps avoid an amendment they would have to seek with us later.
So the period would end August 31st, 2014?
Correct. The end of our current second disposal year.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
I'm inclined to vote in favor of this, but I kind of want to explain that my main reason is this looks like a very substantial piece of equipment and, in a sense, a kind of a one-off situation. It won't be a one-off when all these plants start dismantling themselves, but I've got to think that a lot of thinking and planning and so on went into this particular shipment, and that it's kind of qualitatively different from just a routine Class A shipment. And I think, but once again, I'm really unconvinced on so far on the more routine Class A shipments.
Jane?
We didn't discuss this, but I'm on the same page. I think that it's clear that all the pre-planning that went in and the complexities, and our technical committee has recommended it, and as a member of the commission, I rely on the committees to do their work, certainly with a great deal more knowledge than I have. I think that, and I also don't want to just quickly change course and make the decision that we're going to start dealing with Class A, and just start saying no to Class A. But I would like us to have a conversation as a commission and come to an understanding as to what we're going to do about Class A waste instead of just having this conversation every single time it comes up. So
That's a great suggestion, and I think Lee is making a note for our next agenda. Very good. All right, is there any other question or comment about this particular application? So I'll call, we have a motion and a second. So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. The next one, 8C, San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. John.
The technical committee received an application from San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. Was signed September 20, 2013, clarified November 18, 2013, and officially received by the Commission on October 1, 2013, and that application is 1-0052-00. San Onofre is a generator operating a nuclear reactor, requesting authorization to dispose of waste. The compact facility operator received a letter from TCEQ dated November 1, 2013, authorizing them to dispose of the materials proposed by San Onofre, that is Class B and Class C stable reactor water decontamination resins. They've requested authorization to dispose of 1,772 cubic feet and 1,370 curies total radioactivity, 10,400 millicuries of C14, 65,400 microcuries of technetium-99. The applicant has no unresolved issues with the Commission or violations. The waste would be coming from the state of California, which is part of the Southwest Compact. And in this case, the Commission has received documentation of the approval of that export from Southwestern Compact. The volume and curies are not significant in relation to the approved limits for the facility established by the legislature. In this case, the applicant requested import authorization from October 1, 2013 through December 31, 2014, and we can't really go back in time and approve that, so we'll have to change the date of approval for the application or for the agreement if it's approved. And the technical committee recommends approval. Welcome to answer questions.
Any questions of our great technical committee? No questions, no comments. I guess we're ready for your motion then.
I make a motion that we approve the application from San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station That's 1-0052-00, signed September 20, clarified November 18, and received by the Commission October 1, 2013. The waste classification is Class B and Class C. It is stable, and the waste type is reactor water decontamination resins. The volume would be 1,772 cubic feet. The total radioactivity is 1,370 curies, 10,400 millicuries of C14, and 65,400 microcuries of technetium-99. And from a period of November 21, 2013 through December 31, 2014.
Okay. Lee?
May I suggest that to the motion we add that there will be an accounting between the, okay.
I would add that we need to have an accounting from the applicant since their requested disposal period actually extends beyond the end of the second year. There'll need to be an accounting by them whereby we reduce whatever they have shipped before October 31 or by October 31, 2014 and been disposed, that we would have to subtract that from the amount that they're actually authorized to dispose of in what would be our third disposal year. So they'll just have to provide us an accounting.
And I'm sure we'll correct the dates because
and again, that would begin November 21, 2013, not back in October somewhere.
And for the purposes of the export authorization that's been issued by the Southwestern Compact, that authorization expires December 31st, 2014. So it would coincide with the date in Commissioner Salzman's motion.
Gotcha. The accounting is on a fiscal year basis, or that we asked them to do?
Yes.
So it's August 31st.
The accounting is through August 31st.
Thank you.
Yes.
I thought there was a different month mentioned, and I just wanted to make sure that we were all talking about the same thing. So basically, is to approve it for a period extending from today through the end of next calendar year, but with an accounting that is due so we can account for shipments in the operational years of the facility, which is the same fiscal year as the state of Texas.
Exactly.
That's what I thought it was. That's the motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Are there any questions or further discussions about the motion?
I would note that the proposed waste is more akin to the kinds of waste that we have approved in the past. That is, it's Class B and Class C waste that obviously they have no other place they can send these materials.
Any further questions or comments from the Commission? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Next one, 8D, Thomas Gray and Associates. Again, Mr. Salzman.
The Technical Committee reviewed an application from Thomas Gray and Associates, Environmental Management Controls, hereinafter referred to as Thomas Gray. That application was signed September 27, 2013, and received by the Commission October 1, 2013, and is numbered 1-0053-00. In this case, Thomas Gray is a broker who is also a licensed waste processor and waste collector requesting authorization to dispose of non-party waste. I would note that Thomas Gray to date has not provided the Commission with generator disposal authorizations for the waste, but they have indicated in writing that they would provide those prior to shipments, and I believe our most recent agreements have been that those would be provided in not more than 5 submittals of information. The compact facility operator has received approval from TCEQ in a letter dated November 2013 to dispose of the materials proposed by Thomas Gray, that is Class C, stable, sealed sources. The proposed volume is 45 cubic feet. The radioactivity is 10 curies, including 25 millicuries of C14 and 50 microcuries of technetium-99 and 100,000 nanocuries of I-129, and I believe this is a first, 5 microcuries of depleted uranium. I think this may be the first time we've ever actually had anybody request to dispose of depleted uranium at the facility. The applicant has no unresolved issues with the commission nor violations. The applicant is proposing that the waste would come from the states of California, New York, Virginia, Connecticut, North Carolina, Maryland, New Jersey, New Hampshire, and Florida, which are part of the Southwestern Compact, Southeast Compact, Atlantic Compact, and Appalachian Compact. Of those, only the Southwestern Compact requires export authorization. To date, that has not been provided, but the applicant has indicated they would provide that prior to any shipments. I would also note that the states of New York, North Carolina, and New Hampshire are unaffiliated, so there's no export authorization required. The volume and curies proposed are a very small fraction of the legislatively established limits for the facility. The applicant has indicated the waste is from small quantity generators, and based on the requested volume and radioactivity, the commission believes that that's an appropriate request and that we would account for it or total it against the small quantity generator set aside. The commission is not aware that the applicant has access to another disposal facility, and the applicant has requested import authorization from April 30, 2013 through April 30, 2014, and obviously we can't go back in time, so that would have to be changed for the actual agreement. And the technical committee believes this should be approved, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, you noted the depleted uranium, and we have a letter from TCEQ indicating that that's acceptable.
Yes, the TCEQ specifically generated a letter indicating the WCS can dispose of these materials.
Okay. Have we had any conversations about the date of their original request? They said 4/30/13 through 4/30/14. Are we still looking at an expiration date of 4/30/14, or have we talked about that?
I haven't talked with Thomas Gray directly about April 30th, 2014.
Rod, if we had they applied for an expiration date from the approval of 4/30/14, does that give them time to get it in?
Yeah.
They were probably not the old operational year, so probably they got extended to the new fiscal year.
I can take care of that in a motion.
I'm sitting here thinking about our motion in light of their application and request. Of course, we could do what we do right outside the request, but there's nobody from Thomas Gray here, right? So, okay. Any other questions from any of the other commissioners? Dick?
What's the significance of depleted uranium?
I believe that at one point there were perhaps some technical issues with the WCS receiving depleted uranium as imposed by TCEQ, but I believe those have been removed. But probably we should have someone from TCEQ specifically answer that question.
Charles?
Is it like hotter than the other?
Depleted uranium has the uranium has an extremely long half-life in the billions of years.
So, but it's not. It sounds as if almost as if it's kind of getting into high-level waves.
No, sir, it's not. It's actually the radioactivity that emanates from depleted uranium is very low energy. Typically, it has some alphas also, but I'll let Charles speak to it specifically.
Okay, so I guess relative to the license, the current license prohibits the disposal of large quantities of depleted uranium. Does not prohibit the disposal of small quantities, and so this is within the realm of what we can allow under the license. The concerns in the past relative to depleted uranium really had to be resolved through performance assessment modeling that's being done. We're working on that in connection with the current major amendment where WCS has applied for the ability to dispose of large quantities of depleted uranium. But the impacts of depleted uranium have to be looked at in the context of the performance assessment model and the long-term dose. It is Class A waste going in. As time marches along, the radioactivity increases, and so that's why we feel the need to measure the WCS's ability to dispose of large quantities of depleted uranium based on a performance assessment model.
But is your basic concern the length of time that it is producing radioactivity?
That's right. We're talking about extremely long time frames when we're talking about depleted uranium, and so the performance assessment model is capable of capturing that. And so originally, just we didn't have to deal with that in the original license, and we really didn't have a model that we felt like was ready to make that evaluation. We're picking it up now.
They really, and I'm going to talk out of school. I'm not a health physicist, although I'm a member of the society, but this is one of those times when the radioactivity actually can increase over the period of time it's there, and therefore, from a health physics point of view, you look at the source term and you have to take that into account as you look out into the future for the quantity of material. Am I close?
Yes, and if I can sort of give you an example, large quantities of, for example, cobalt-60 will be shipped to the facility. Incredible millions of curies, perhaps, over the life of the facility, or at least close to 1 million. But within a relatively short period of time, cobalt-60 has a 5.2-year half-life. So within less than 100 years, the cobalt-60 is all gone. There's no radioactivity left. Whereas with depleted uranium or carbon-14, their half-lives are much longer. So in the performance assessment, when you get more than 100 years down the road, you don't even worry about cobalt-60 anymore because it's all gone. But carbon-14, depleted uranium, any isotope that has a long half-life becomes very prominent when you do the performance assessment. That's where your dose to any member of the public actually results from.
Thank you, Charles. Any other questions, comments from any of the other commissioners? All right, John, I guess we're ready for a motion on Thomas Gray.
All right, I make a motion that we approve the application from Thomas Gray and Associates Environmental Management and Controls that was signed September 27, 2013, and received by the Commission October 1, 2013, numbered 1-0053-00. The waste to be coming from the states of California, New York, Virginia, Connecticut, North Carolina, Maryland, New Jersey, New Hampshire, and Florida. The waste description is sealed sources. The waste classification is Class C. The waste form is stable. And for a period beginning November 21, 2013 through August 31, 2014, I would note that that is the end of the second disposal year. Even though they didn't ask for it, I think that's probably more in line with the other applications that we've approved. And I would also note that the applicant will have to provide the generator authorizations in no more than 5 packages of material that would be reviewed by the commission, and that the applicant would also have to provide an export authorization from the state of California.
So our lawyers are busy taking notes here. Our lawyer is busy taking notes to see what this one is going to look like when it gets drafted up. But that's your motion. Is there a second? Motion been made and seconded. Are you two ready?
I would note, I apologize, that in addition, it doesn't necessarily need to be part of the motion, but that this material would be accounted against the small generator set aside.
Okay. Motion been made and seconded. Is there any other discussion of any questions from the commission? Hearing none. Anybody in the audience want to comment about this one? No. All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. That's the last item under 8, as I recall. Next we have item 9, and we have item 9, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 export petitions, which generally don't take a lot of time, and we have reports and a couple of other things. Is there, and I'm trying to get a sense of the commission. Should we just keep going, or do you want to take a break? Keep going. All right. Item 9, first 9A, export petition and order for Bionomics, University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. John.
The commission received a letter and an export petition from Bionomics on behalf of the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. And at this point, I'll stop for just a moment and note for the record that I am employed by the University of Texas at Austin, which is a member of the University of Texas system. And this application through Bionomics is for another member of the University of Texas system. I have no control, authority, or any other responsibility to the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. So unless I hear differently, I'm going to continue discussing this one.
You're free to discuss it, of course. We may excuse you from voting. We may let you abstain.
All right.
All right. Please continue.
This is for materials that, in essence, cannot, in their current form, go to WCS. That's really the problem. It's a relatively large object that you can't put in a drum, at least not without sectioning it, cutting it, which, in essence, you could do. But by doing that, you're actually going to increase the overall amount of radioactive materials. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Probably, as requested in the application, in the petition, it really makes more sense to incinerate the material, and that small amount of ash would go to the facility in Clive. They're requesting in this case, it's a one-time request. They're not asking for any particular period of time. It's a one-time request to be able to do this. It's a plastic flood source, relatively low activity levels, and I would recommend approval.
Any questions, Mr. Salzman, on his report? Okay. I'll excuse you for voting, but I would require you to make the motion, John.
Doesn't seem right about that.
I agree, it doesn't seem right, but that's what we're gonna do.
I make a motion that we approve the petition from Bionomics on behalf of the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio to authorize them for a one-time shipment of materials, plastic flood source, for processing out of state and eventual disposal at the Clive facility in Utah.
All right, and just for forward purposes, I'll make that motion. I'll go on record as making the motion that John just stated. And is there a second to the motion? And the judge has seconded the motion. So, is there any further discussion? All right. Chair's made the motion. It's been seconded. All those, first, there's going to be one abstention in the vote. So, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. There being, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes and 1 abstention. The motion passes. All right. Next.
The commission received a petition from Bionomics on behalf of Peloton Therapeutics out of Dallas, Texas, for out-of-compact disposal of 30 to 60 gallons of aqueous liquids. Again, these materials in their form are not acceptable for disposal at the WCS facility. A more probably a better disposal, not using an important volume, would be to send the materials for incineration, which is what they've requested. So, and that's for a 1-year period. And ultimately, any waste or ash would be disposed of, if necessary, at the Clive facility. Although it's, I'm not sure that there'll be much that would actually go there. Any questions? And the technical committee recommends approval.
All right. Committee, you heard the committee report. Are there any questions of Mr. Sullivan, the technical committee, and the commission? Okay, no questions. Then, John, I'm ready for a motion on the...
I make a motion that we approve the petition from Bionomics on behalf of Peloton Therapeutics out of Dallas, Texas, for a 1-year period to dispose of up to 60 gallons of aqueous liquids outside the compact.
All right. You all heard the motion. Is there a second? Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. Next, Luminant Comanche Peak. John?
The technical committee received a petition from Luminant Generation Company, LLC, to export Class A radioactive waste for treatment and permanent disposal outside the compact. As we have discussed in this meeting, this is the kinds of materials, Class A, that apparently the economics are better to send it elsewhere. Specifically, they've requested up to 14,000 cubic feet of dry active waste with a 10% contingency, so that would make the total petition for 15,400 cubic feet. The effective period would be January 1, 2014 through December 31, 2014. The material would go to Energy Solutions facility at Clive, Utah. And the proposed materials are low dose rate, low density Class A DAW, and low dose rate, high density Class A low level radioactive waste. And I would note that WCS is in support of this petition, as I believe.
All right. And so the recommendation is?
And the recommendation is approval.
Any questions? Mr. Salzman. All right. John, we're ready for a motion then.
Make a motion that we approve the petition from Luminant Generation Company, LLC, for disposal out of compact of up to 15,400 cubic feet of low dose rate, low density Class A DAW and low dose rate, high density Class A low level radioactive waste for a period of January 1, 2014 through December 31, 2014.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Motion been made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion by any of the commission members? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next, NSSI.
The technical committee received an export petition from NSSI Sources and Services Incorporated out of Houston, Texas. In this case, the NSSI petition states that they receive and process materials from both in-compact generators, that is from within Texas and Vermont, and waste from outside the compact, that is perhaps up to the other 48 states. NSSI has encountered issues when they try to when they bring waste to their facility that is from out of the compact, and they process it, and then they want to ship it back out of the compact and dispose of it. They're having issues with disposal facilities because the disposal facilities are saying basically you have to have a permit to export that waste, even though in essence they're importing into Texas, and then the disposal facilities are saying, well, you got to have a permit to export it so that they would take it. I think there really isn't anything that we can do if that's what the disposal facilities and the other compacts are requiring. Then I think in essence this petition allows NSSI to continue their business practice. They do state, and I would put in the motion, that any waste that they receive from in compact, that is from Texas and Vermont, needs to stay in compact. They are not requesting that, nor would I include that in the motion. So in compact waste stays in compact, out of compact waste is allowed to be, I guess, exported back to wherever it came from for disposal. The would be Class A and Class B wastes, and it would be up to 2,205 cubic feet for a 1-year period. And the technical committee recommends approval.
All right, so if I'm understanding this, what they're asking us for is to approve when they take something in, bring it into the compact for processing, with a return or shipment to some other facility other than in-compact facility, they're asking us for permission to then export the waste out of the compact, either back to the original generator or for ultimate disposal somewhere, I suppose.
That's correct. That's what they stated in their petition.
All right. Any questions?
Why aren't they not getting an import?
Because they're not bringing it in for disposal, I guess, is the answer to that.
That is something that when we revise the rules, we perhaps might address that. But that's correct. They are not bringing that waste in or importing it for disposal purposes. They're really importing it for processing, and then they want to send it back out.
Okay.
We have talked about the concept of we have authority to import or regulate importation for management, and management includes processing. And that could be one of those things we've talked about in terms of the rules, but we haven't gotten there yet. All right. Any other questions? We're ready for a motion, John.
I make a motion that we approve the export permit from petition from Nuclear Sources and Services Incorporated for Class A and Class B low-level radioactive waste up to 2,205 cubic feet for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2014 through December 31, 2014.
And this would be waste that's imported for processing from out of the compact into the compact and then shipped out of the compact rather than disposed of in the compact.
That's correct, and that all in compact radioactive waste must stay in compact.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion on this motion? Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Motion passes. South Texas project.
The commission received an export petition from the South Texas Project Nuclear Operating Company. To export Class A waste materials for a total of 24,288 cubic feet of waste. As described in their letter, this material is Class A low dose rate, low density DAW, and low dose rate, high density Class A DAW, Class A materials. Again, the kinds of materials that we've been talking about that I wouldn't say traditionally, but at least in our short history have been exported from the compact for a period of 1 year. And those materials, according to the petition, would eventually end up at the facility in Clive, Utah. And the technical committee recommends approval, and I believe WCS is in support of this.
All right. Any questions on the recommendation of the technical committee? If not, I'll call for a motion. John?
I make a motion that we approve the petition from South Texas Project Nuclear Operating Company for export of low dose rate, low density DAW, and low dose rate, high density Class A low level radioactive waste up to 24,288 cubic feet for a 1 year period from January 1, 2014 through December 31, 2014.
That's the motion. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the South Texas project application? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. And the last one in this group is Vermont Yankee.
The technical committee received a export petition from Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station to export materials for a total of 16,720 cubic feet. Those materials are both low dose rate, low density Class A DAW, and low dose rate, high density Class A low level radioactive waste. They've requested an export period of 1 year, and those materials would eventually be destined for the Energy Solutions facility in Clive, Utah. And I believe that WCS is in support of this export petition.
Although for the record, Rod's been nodding his head when you made that comment on the last three.
I think it's worth noting that if we approve this, we have approved the export by compact states of 3 times the amount of imports from non-compact states of Class A. This is all Class A. That's kind of kind of strange, but to me, but that's the way it is.
And I would note, I would note that the technical committee does recommend approval.
All right. And there are lots of strange things that happen sometimes at these meetings, so we'll just add this into the it's strange column.
Well, I mean, the implication is that it's less, it's not economic, in gross terms, it's not economical for the compact members to ship to the facility, and it is economical compared to other repositories for the non-compact ones. Now, I realize that that's kind of a gross generalization, but there it is.
Well, Dick, I would have to respond that I think perhaps that is a sort of an overgeneralization. It's clear that certain kinds of Class A waste, there does appear to be an economic advantage to sending those materials to Energy Solutions facility. Those materials are typically paper, plastic, trash, that is bulky material that if you can find a way to volume reduce that, you can save significantly. And I suspect that's why all three utilities have chosen to do that. I think there are also instances where you can have Class A materials that perhaps are not easily compactable or volume reducible, and then it may not be economical to dispose of those materials outside the compact.
Well, I think you've said that very well. I was going to say that the underlying predicate is that Class A is Class A is Class A, and I'm not sure that's always true. And
well, that's why I voted.
And just again, hearkening back, one of the reasons we have our rule on the quantity of waste for Vermont and Texas generators over the life of the facility is that we recall that when Maine Yankee decommissioned, they had to get rid of a bunch of soil, which was probably Class A material, large volume, low dose rate. It probably would be Class A. And so we took all that into consideration at the time because WCS had not even opened yet. As a matter of fact, the permit had not been issued, so we didn't know what it was going to look like. So we had to do all those things, and so we're learning as we go along. This is part of the process. So, John, I think we're ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the export petition from Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station, export low dose rate, low density Class A dry active waste, and low dose rate, high density Class A low level radioactive waste in an amount not to exceed 16,720 cubic feet for a 1-year period from January 2014 through December 31, 2014.
Is there a second? Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion of the commission? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. That takes us through item 9. We've been going now for, since we resumed, for about an hour and a half. We don't have that much longer to go, but I think it might be wise if we stood up and stretched our legs, at least for maybe 10 minutes, and people who wanted to could. So we'll be back, and we'll try to do it. We'll try to keep this one to 10 minutes, because I think we can complete the rest of the agenda fairly quickly.
And as long as you're ever right, other than those things. Right. That's great. No, that's super. Yes, they're the gate. All right. Is that what? No, I won't be. I will follow people to the rest. That's not fair. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Thank you, Brandon, earlier. Absolutely. Learned more today than I had in the last 3 years.
I just noticed that.
But that's easy, really.
On there the whole time. This is the first time anybody's ever actually requested disclosure. It's kind of funny that it was a whole.
I do have an application in for taking large quantities of the food.
That's
Okay, good. I'll remember that.
we're still in the 60 seconds. All right. Happy birthday. Thank you.
63. You know what? I started with radioactive waste early September. I walked into, I flew to Austin, Texas. And
as you can tell, if you look here today,
Yeah, right, I'm for a major, nothing else.
Yeah, you get into that.
I did Austin, Texas, and there was no office. I had pencil and paper.
There's a lot that we're gonna have to do. Yeah, he would have both.
Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, so four, well, that's probably 47. Back in
Regardless of their time.
that's why I do that when I was 85 or so, he called me.
Yeah, so we have to always have a we don't have sites. We'll get back in our car and go back. That almost happened. That almost happened. Yeah, we almost moved forward. I know something about this. Vermont got the second one, and at that point, and they don't have your like Vermont.
Once you're on that, you
Or whatever. So, yeah.
Sort of like a Supreme Court justice.
Just like a for the law.
He was at a meeting in Tennessee or something. That was my introduction.
We opened his eyes when we talked about putting uranium in the 5 micron.
I was careful what I said. He didn't borrow here. I didn't borrow. Well, yeah, and
I just want to talk about expanding the cubic feet for the facility, when you talk about expanding the facility. And he actually told me, if I understood, that is the expansion from 3.2 million cubic feet.
You have to be there.
You have to have a lot. I didn't say anything about that today. When you were talking about expansion of the facility, the capacity of the facility, from
Hopefully I've done my most. Okay. I just clarified. I was trying to Yeah. Insurance company, of course, you always want to fly when I $7 million in insurance, $1 million
All right, friends. Charles, you're back there holding up the wall. I know you're ready to go. Come on up and we'll resume the meeting with agenda item 10, which is you're going to report to us on pending waste control specialist license amendment applications and anything you want to tell us about rulemaking according to rate case.
Sir.
And
You'll sit here.
the judge is going to sit down there with you, obviously.
That'd be good. Good afternoon. I'm Charles McGuire, Director of the Radioactive Materials Division at TCEQ. To speak to the status of pending WCS license amendment applications, I repeat some of what I told you in Vermont. Notice has been given to the public on two major amendments, which are currently under technical review. One of those amendments is to revise the performance assessment and modify license limits on certain radionuclides and waste streams. There's also an amendment that will revise the amount of financial assurance required for the site. We have a third major amendment that is currently under review to determine whether or not it's administratively complete, and it requests an expansion of the license disposal capacity for the site in cubic feet, that capacity number. The status of TCEQ rulemaking associated with the low-level rate case. The disposal rate rule was adopted by the Commission on November 6, 2013. The adopted rule will be published in the November 22nd, 2013 Texas Register, and will become effective on November 28th, 2013. Those are the only matters I have to bring before you, and I'm available for questions.
Let me ask a quick question about the rate rule, and that is, how can somebody, if they were curious about it, they know what was shipped after the fact? And so, but the rate rule sets maximums on certain classes, quantities, curies, that sort of thing. So is there any really way that somebody can, by knowing what is shipped, get an approximate value on that shipment if they use the maximum rate set by TCEQ?
I think if you had exactly the shipment, you could use our rate rule to determine the maximum price that could have been charged, or the minimum price that could have been charged, depending on whether or not it was party state or non-party state.
Yeah, and by maximum, assuming somebody shipped party state waste, that's the maximum rate, but they could ship it and be charged less than that.
They could, yes.
And similarly, we won't know the actual rate for out of compact, except we know that it's got to be more than the maximum rate for in compact. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
All right. I was trying to anticipate questions that might come to me for my cohorts. Dick.
I assume it's a little more complex than that. I assume that and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that when WCS makes a deal with, let's say, an out-of-compact shipper, they might agree on amounts, either a total amount or amounts for A, B, and C separately, or amounts for certain quantities, or what have you. I don't know whether it's more complicated, but I would think it would be more complicated. It might vary with the kind of waste that it is, like that big component of a plant or something, something like that. Is that correct?
Well, I think it might clarify, we review the contract documents at TCQ. Now, that's not my charge. That's done by attorneys in our general law division. But that review would look at the contract and the pricing in the contract, and would, at the very least, ensure that line item by line item, it exceeds the maximum that the compact state would pay, or the minimum that an importer would. So there's not the overall charge is higher, therefore it works. It's each item has to stand on its own and be higher than what our rule requires. So if it's A in the contract, the A will have to exceed our rate rule for A. If it's B, have to exceed our rate rule for B, C, etc.
Do you believe that that the, say, Class A that is being imported is, in fact, they're charging more for Class A than the amount they would charge in compact?
I have every confidence that our attorneys look at that very judiciously and would not sign off on the contract were that not true.
You have in the past had attorneys with you here. I mean, are they the ones who look at this?
No, it's our general law division attorneys. I have had Tanya Bayer-Kosh was my special counsel in the division, and while we miss her greatly, she's running her own state agency now. Amy Richardson handles the environmental law division aspect of my program, but that's relative only to the license conditions. Yet again, another attorney was involved in the rate rule, and then with those both in the environmental law division and then our general law division are the folks looking at the contracts. And they've never accompanied us to Compact Commission hearings. They did early on have a public meeting relative to the contracts and what the review would look like, which they conducted.
But they've never disclosed the terms of the contract.
No, they're confidential.
And would it be possible for one of these lawyers who does this to show up at our next meeting?
I can certainly ask. I can't really commit another division at the agency. That's beyond my pay grade, but I will certainly ask and say it's been requested.
How would you suggest we put this question to rest. I mean, it keeps coming up and coming up.
I'm gonna make a suggestion and see whether or not Charles will agree with me, but one of the possibilities is that if we have persistent questions like this, I wouldn't mind trying to set up a meeting ourselves with the appropriate lawyers in the right division so that they can see what their limits are and we can understand what their limits are, and maybe we can get some of these questions answered. But I think it should be done. First, my personal view is that we can just ask them directly. Okay.
I think that would be okay. I'm very willing to ask. I mean, if that's, I think the commission needs to perhaps speak to me through your executive director and say what you really want to do, and then let us see if we can accommodate that. I feel very comfortable that they can talk to you about process. What we can't talk about are the specifics of the individual contracts, but I think they can talk to you as long as you want to talk about the process.
I'm not as interested in the process. I mean, I'd like to know about the process, but what I'm interested in is what I think is the business of this commission, and that's being assured that the prices offered to compact generators are lower than the prices offered. I mean, you've got a 30% surcharge on everything, and and they're still shipping to WCS, or they're beginning to ship Class A to WCS, and it makes me wonder, what's going on. I mean, it makes me wonder how WCS can do that. It can attract Class A. Now, I understand that we're talking about different kinds of components and all that, but more and more we're approving Class A shipments, and I want to know why. I want to know how the economics work, and I want somebody from the TCEQ who knows that to discuss it with us. I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
Well, so, I mean, are you asking to see the prices charged to a particular generator?
If an honest-looking lawyer comes in here and tells me that, in this case, this is why they can do this, and it's X percent, or it's, maximum, minimum, or whatever, I mean, that's certainly a beginning. I just, everything seems kind of carefully couched in careful language. And I think what we want to know, what I want to know is, in a straightforward sense, how do you wind up paying a 30% surcharge on something and still making it worthwhile to import this? Now, Rod at one point said they come and they look over our site and they get confidence because our site is a lot better than anybody else's site. I can understand why that might give them confidence, but 30% is a lot of percent, and so I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I can be any more direct about it.
Well, and maybe I derailed you when I used the word process. There is a significant review. We use the spreadsheet. I think we can show you in that. My belief is you could walk away from that satisfied if you would come and look and let us talk to you to the extent we can without undoing something that is considered confidential.
Let me just say that at this point, one of the problems of this whole question that Dick and I started having this conversation yesterday, but one of the interesting aspects of it is TCEQ looks at one thing of the operations out there. The only rates that they're capable of setting are rates for disposal at for in-compact generators at the compact facility. And if the question that we're after the answer to are we assured that out-of-compact generators are paying at least the maximum set by TCEQ for disposal of the same material at the site? To me, that we don't need to know numbers. That's a yes/no answer. That's a yes/no answer. They either are or they aren't. Okay. And so we don't need to know numbers. We don't need to know who. We just need to know that they are paying at least the maximum, because that's what it says. Now, the state of Texas collects, in addition, 20% on the disposal cost for out-of-compact stuff. And that's aside from the other fees that are normally charged. But if the question really relates to, and this is what I'm struggling with, and we started struggling with this yesterday, is if it relates to the enterprise as opposed to just looking at the compact site, TCEQ can't really help us. They can't, because they don't know.
Don't they? They're aware of the contracts, aren't you, with out-of-compact generators as well as in-compact generators?
Yes, but they don't know about other revenue streams for the same location, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I think it's a concern. I don't know how we get at it, but it's a concern as to whether we are cross-subsidizing, whether the compact site facility is cross-subsidizing the other activities.
And there is, what I'm suggesting is, I don't know a single bit of information that TCEQ is authorized to have that will answer that question. Go ahead, Jane.
But you said you have a spreadsheet, and we don't need to see individual contracts, but if you do cumulative data and you say we have X number of out-of-compact entities and we have Y number of in-compact entities that are giving things, and this is the range, this is the median, this is the average of those two entities in terms of how much money that they receive per shipment, per cubic foot, whatever.
Well, we went through that exercise earlier to see if we could put numbers from specific contracts in play and determine that we could not. I mean, the numbers themselves are what is confidential, and so when I start playing with those numbers out on a piece of paper in front of the public, I violated the confidentiality of those numbers. Now, I think what I would propose to demonstrate to you is to show you that, number one, we're establishing that those contracts have to be at more than the disposal rate. And then, number two, how we determine that, given a contract with the mix of different radionuclides, A, B, C, to come up with line by line, and in total it exceeds the disposal rate, the maximum that could be charged to party state.
So cumulative data without showing this contract versus that contract, not doing 1 through 20 these contracts and 1 through 40 these contracts, but just doing cumulative data and talking about the range of prices is, first off, I can't see that is letting anything out of the bag. Second, though, are we not allowed to have executive sessions?
We are allowed to have executive sessions about things that are authorized under law, under Texas law for executive sessions. And I'm not sure that this qualifies without more definition, and I'd have to ask my lawyer back here. And this one. The Attorney General representative here, and I've got several others to choose from now, which is a luxury. But so what I'm trying to say is we may not, and regardless of how it came to place, I've got to deal with what is. And dealing with what is, the question is, are we satisfied that out-of-compact generators are paying more on a per unit shipment basis than
But
in
more could be 2 cents, I mean, we both put in
Well,
quite a bit.
it has to be, okay. You say, you're thinking of payments. I'm thinking of, the law actually says, if I'm not mistaken, that the minimum charge to an out-of-compact generator is at least the maximum charge for an in-compact generator. Now, that's a relative thing, and you can't get to numbers from there. You just can't.
You can't from the law. You
That's
can from the
right.
information that TCEQ has.
Well, I am not, and that's another question I have, is I am not sure that that is true either. And I don't know, because we've never looked.
Well, it would be great to know if we could have an executive session on this next time, or do you know now?
I will, no, I do not know on the spot, but I will look into it and be able to get that information to Lee so she can get it out to everybody on the commission before the agenda is posted for the next meeting.
Great. And then it would also be great, if that is possible, if you could think, I'm sure you have in-house spreadsheets that can easily be used to get at that information without letting us know who was paying what, but more of the, I'm curious as to whether or not the in-compact generators are paying the maximum all the time, or they're paying below. I mean, when there's a ceiling, you'd think that there's a range below it. And then whether the out-of-compact are paying just a little above the maximum, or if there's a range. So if you could get that information or think about doing that, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, and, from time to time, people change our minds. But we have looked at that in the past and said no, because the numbers themselves are confidential. And so I give you the range. Well, you may not know who is paying what, but you certainly know what people are paying.
Mm-hmm. And if we're allowed, I understand you can't do that in public. If we're allowed executive session, we're bound to not release that information as appointed officials. So I know, I've been on enough boards to know that behooves us to pay attention to that, and we do get very confidential information behind closed doors.
Well, and I think when we talked about this before, it was suggested that might be something that you, through your attorney, want to take up with WCS and their attorney, because they're the ones that, and the generators are the ones who declare that information confidential. It's not TCEQ that declares it confidential. TCEQ is burdened to respect their declaration that it is confidential until the Attorney General's office would tell us otherwise. And so maybe you want to talk to the people that have declared it confidential if it's really an important issue to them. I would like to suggest you give it a go, looking at what, and I'm going to use the word process again. I don't want to pitch you off the rails, but I really think you could be a little more relaxed about it if you would just follow us through a process. Because we're very careful to ensure that what your concern is being attended to.
And let me jump in with a couple of things. One is that we're having this discussion in public where there are generators and the facility site operator, and they are listening. And what I'm suggesting is the best source of that information is probably the generators themselves, both in compact and out of compact generators, and WCS commercial has everything available to them. But I don't think TCEQ has it.
Okay. So we'll first find out if we can have executive session, then we'll ask WCS if they can share some cumulative, some aggregate information.
The second question I'm going to ask because I need to know, and I think it would be fair for WCS and the generators and TCQ to know, what is the question we are interested in having answered?
I mean, I think there probably are a few on the top is to ensure that the investment that the in-compact states made in setting up these facilities are actually benefiting from putting that money, that time, that effort into it, as opposed to, well, you know, we did all the work, we took all the risks in the beginning, we put in not all the money, clearly, and not even close, right? I know that. And I don't at all begrudge you making a profit. I think that's perfectly fine, and you're an excellent CEO. So, but you know that the out-of-compact, that the in-compact generators actually do better than the out-of-compact latecomers.
Well, no, and this is the reason I asked my question about trying to find out what question we're trying to get answered.
That's mine.
Is it, and I know Dick might have different,
Yeah.
but you and I are having this conversation now. Is the question, did Vermont, by making the investment that was made by the state of Vermont in the compact, did that produce an economic benefit to the generators in Vermont?
Right. Was it a good business decision?
Yes.
And I, in terms of other enterprise, from my perspective, go for it. I mean, that has no impact on whether it was a good business decision for Vermont, or it may not.
Okay, and a subset of that would be, do you want the benefit, and this is what Dick has been asking, quantified somehow? Because that could be a yes/no answer, but it doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, exactly. You need quantification to be able to say with a straight face, yes, this is, against people who might be detracting from that. You want to be able to say with certainty, yeah, absolutely, this was a good decision by the state of Vermont.
I'd broaden it out a little bit. I mean, this is a commission, the two-state commission, and I think that the Texas, the Texas generators are a part of this, and the fact that we happen to be from Vermont doesn't necessarily mean that we just, advocate for our state or our generators. I just think that Texas is making the maximum sacrifice here by taking the waves after all, and we think that in return for that.
This is going to be a fascinating discussion to have because it ties into something we talked about earlier in the discussion we may have in a meeting in January that you've been bringing up, and because and again I'll just warn everybody that Dick and I started talking about this yesterday, and we got distracted for an hour or more on one sentence, and this is kind of thing we started talking about, and so I'm just trying to form the question so everybody's got a good idea about what it is that we want to see as a result of this. Because in one of my, and this is just going to be a comment, just because we develop data doesn't mean we develop a judgment based upon that data. That's something totally different.
May I just say, I think we're at the beginning of these imports. I mean, as we have been kind of developed here over the last couple of years, imports have become the overwhelming amount of waste that comes in. But we're talking about an industry that's beginning to close plants pretty regularly now, and we're also talking about the fact that all these, so many of these sites have closed down. So this is going to increase, I would think, exponentially in terms of and so I'd kind of like to get it, my bearings and get it right now, rather than, another year down the line of overwhelming volume of exports, or imports.
And, that was, and I probably should shut up, but I'm going to say one other thing and that is there a notion that Texas and Vermont, as compact members, should be getting some type of return on their investment? Is that the notion?
I don't know. I mean, I think Texas is. They get 30% on the imports, if nothing else. Vermont is not, in that respect. What Vermont's return is the availability of the site, the comfort that the site is a good site, and the fact that they're able to ship out of Vermont and send their waste to Texas. There's no question that's a huge advantage.
Okay. Thanks. I think we may be a little bit closer to figure out what we're trying to do. Go ahead. Sure, Jane.
One other question, has nothing to do with that, but just a broad question. Are there any upcoming rulemaking, amendments, anything that you are aware of that we should know about?
We will have to respond to Senate Bill 347, which will bring us to a rulemaking. We haven't even put that on the calendar yet. It has a 2015 date in terms of that piece of legislation for being finalized, and so the agency is very busy responding to other pieces of legislation that have much shorter time frames on it, and so we're working that one into our schedule, but that's the only one that would be for certain. There's always talk about rulemaking and rule petitions and those things, but we don't consider any of those till we have one.
Thank
you. Any other questions of TCQ? All right. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it.
Come see me.
Yes. All right. Rod, I have no idea what you're going to tell us, but it ought to be fascinating.
Rod Balzer, glad to be here again. I am here to tell you that we have, through this fiscal year, September 1st, 2013 through October 31st, 2014, 2 months, disposed of 2,200 feet, 16,150 curies. The in-compact portion of that was 1,900 feet and 780 curies. And I think we've discussed probably everything else. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You all outlined a whole bunch of license amendments that you had pending or submitted or being reviewed with expectations on things like, for example, the depleted uranium thing. I think you were talking about maybe June of next year. Is that still what you're looking at?
Yeah, and I think TCQ mentioned that in their report. That's part of our performance assessment update, so still expecting that in the May-June time frame. The expansion of landfill we talked about, still expecting that. And we've also got one in for financial assurance to put that toward the facility actually constructed. So those are the three we've got out there.
Okay. Go ahead, Dick.
Good question. Rod, your expansion, this big expansion that you've applied for,
yeah.
Is there some kind of bias in that toward one or another class of waste, or will it still be about the same?
No, it'll be for anything that we're licensed to take, so Class A, B, and C across the board.
How's your federal facility going? Are you getting more? It was kind of a slow start.
Yeah, it's going well. We've been receiving a lot of waste in that landfill, and we've been surprised a lot of it's been oversized, so some of the MCCs have actually had to be double MCCs, and so it is something to see. But yeah, it's been going well. We're glad the federal government is back in operations.
Oh, did they stop shipping when
they stopped shipping, for a couple of weeks there when they shut down. So.
John, go ahead.
Rod, could you repeat that in-compact volume?
Yeah, the in-compact volume was 1,900 feet out of the 2,200 total.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Rod? Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it. All right. Next, item 12. These are potential changes in their modifications in the written agreements we have with Lee Ng and Audrey Farrell. And I'll just I'll lay it out. The two of them that are in there for different reasons. But basically, one is to allow more frequent submission of work bills for work that they do for us as contractor than once a month. That's one of the changes that would occur in both contracts, so they could basically submit them as they wanted rather than just once a month. And the other one is to clarify for various reasons that when they travel for the Compact Commission, they, as commissioners do, get reimbursed for their actual expenses. And what did I miss, Lee?
Actual and necessary.
Actual and necessary expenses, yes. And without going into why those two amendments are going to be are requested, basically my recommendation certainly to the commission is that we amend the agreements, and I think Karen, have you drafted appropriate language for the two agreements?
Yes. In Ms. Ng's contract, it would be paragraph 5.1B that would be modified, and in Ms. Farrell's contract, it would be paragraph 4.1B, and that paragraph would be revised to read that necessary travel as approved in advance by the chair of the commission to be reimbursed at the actual and necessary for the actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of the contractor's duty under this agreement. Both of those subparagraphs would read the same way, and it would implement what we believe to be the commission's will, that the contractors be reimbursed for all of their actual and necessary expenses when traveling on behalf of the commission's duty.
Okay, and the other amendment, I think it's already, the other amendment is also that we would change the frequency at which they could submit.
Yes, for Ms. Ng, we need to modify that so that she would be able to submit invoices that would result in her receiving half of her pay on the 1st and half on the 15th. For Ms. Farrell, who's paid on a per hour basis, we would be modifying those provisions so that she could submit invoices and be paid weekly.
And I'm certainly, by the way, Jane, this is one of those things, normally you could talk about employee matters in a closed session, but we don't have employees, we have contractors. And so we do this publicly, and so my recommendation to the commission is certainly that we adopt these changes in each of the contracts as Ms. Watkins has outlined. So,
Motion on item 12, in addition by the Attorney General of Texas to amend contract with the
all right.
as read by the Attorney.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Thank you. Chairman's report. Well, you've heard some of my reports. Mostly, I guess since the meeting in Vermont,
which we really enjoyed. Thank you, Vermont, for the hospitality that you showed us, and
we really appreciate it. It's a great place to come, and we really,
I personally enjoy the tour of your capital.
so thank you for that. Since then, Lee and I went to the low-level waste forum meeting where we had a lot of the discussion, some of which you heard about today. It was an interesting meeting, and for those of you on the commission, I encourage you, if you ever feel like a need, we try to let you know when those meetings are. The low-level waste forum is basically composed of largely regulators, but also states, other compacts, generators, everybody who has an interest in low-level radioactive waste on sort of a nationwide basis. And you get an overall picture of what things look like that you wouldn't normally get, and you get subtle differences, like Leonard Schlosky was talking about the norm that came up because of oil and gas norm has suddenly been discovered in other parts of the United States other than Texas and Louisiana, Oklahoma, and New Mexico, where we've known about it for generations. And but other parts of the world with shale exploration have noticed that the materials that are produced can, in some instances, produce some fairly impressive quantities of radiation when it's brought to the surface. And so they're beginning to try to see what they can do about that. Interestingly enough, it is a radioactive material, but it is not normally classified as a low-level radioactive waste. So it's just one of those anomalies that we have to face with. So that's one of the things. We're still, we're about to finish up the contract for audit that we did. We've gotten some modifications and reports back and forth. We have a little more to do, and then we'll be able to get that audit out. And when that's for the first year, it's for a different year than the comptroller is auditing us for. Both the audits are taking interesting turns, and they're taking time for everybody involved. And except for that, and then I've already told you about what we've been doing on the rules, and I've been engaged in more than one of these things, and they're all interesting. And Mr. Hurley, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate having full complement again, and so we look forward to answering questions and seeing if we can break through some of the fog that may have been created today by some of these discussions. And with that, I'll be quiet. And so, Lee.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for voting to amend mine and Audrey's contract. It's very helpful. Thank you very much. A couple of things I wanted to mention that have come up. Both of the amendments that y'all voted on today were the first amendments in the history of our business that were made open to a 25-day comment period. The reason that we did that is these were the first amendments that we ever received that could be considered substantive, in that they increased either the types of waste or the activity or volume of waste via the amendment. And so I made the decision, since they were more substantive than merely doing something such as adding a state, that we would go ahead and notice them. We will probably be addressing this issue as part of our rulemaking as to what we really do want to do, what's a substantive versus a not substantive amendment, and to what extent notice should apply to those. But until that rulemaking moves forward and goes final, unless I have different direction from the commission, as executive director, I will continue to make that decision. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, and then also make the public at large aware that that's what we're doing with amendments of that type now. The other thing that came up over and over today was the dates of the application and the dates that generators and brokers put in there. That would be another thing I would suggest that we talk about as part of the rulemaking, making it very clear and having a more standard process on that, so that it doesn't take up y'all's time here today to talk about things like dates. So we'll be looking for streamlining things as we move through the rule, as we process our imports and exports. On a different note, we will be meeting with brokers talking about some of these issues and other issues the first week of January in Tennessee to see what their processes are. And as we've talked about some of the unique situations that brokers have, making sure that we have processes that aren't overly burdensome for them, but aren't overly burdensome for us. I'll put it to the record that we all know that brokers have a lot of competitive interests out there. They have a lot of different needs, and that they compete at times vitriolically with each other. With due respect for the democratic process, and that we are in a capitalistic society that competes a lot, we sort of feel like our meeting is a very nice, neutral one that's merely about process, and that the competitive interests of brokers will not be at issue with this meeting. And I say that here so that it's also said from the dais and to any brokers that may be listening or may be in the audience that the intent of this meeting and how we would like to have it conducted and how we'd like it scoped. So that's another thing I wanted to mention as part of my report. The final thing I'll mention is with regard to the agenda item that we were going to potentially have about what we're going to do about Class A, and then the issue about potentially having an executive session to discuss some of the concerns that we have about the economics about out of compact, in compact. One of the things I'm sensing, and I'm ready for my commissioner to tell me I'm wrong, but one of the things I'm sensing on that issue is that it may be good for us to have some informal discussion about what we're going to do with Class A, what we're going to do about in compact versus out of compact, pricing, et cetera, who those conversations should be with, generators, the on-site operator of the compact facility, TCEQ, the comptroller, any other agency, state agency, that we maybe have a discussion about that informally so that when we put it on the agenda and we have the discussion openly, that we're sure we're on the same page with the questions and that we can have a good, robust, and efficient discussion. So I was going to ask for your permission to potentially not put it on January 16th, invite informal discussions to better scope the issue and potentially put it on a March agenda unless y'all feel otherwise.
That's up to Jane. I'll let her. Jane, we're talking about something that you originally raised, and the question is, Lee's just asking about timing. And the other thing that occurs to me is that we do want somebody from Vermont involved in these, and these discussions are mainly Texas centered. And so if we have even informal discussions, I'd just like to know whether either of you or whoever would want to participate, you or Peter or Dick, would participate in person or by telephone, or how would you like to do that? Because if we want to have informal meetings, it's sometimes better to do, my experience has been face-to-face, because it's more free-flowing, the ideas can go more rapidly and everybody is together. And so that's the reason I'm asking the question.
I agree. I think that it should be in person. I think, I think the first time we raised this was back in K-12, but, so to have there be a whole year in between, we have informal conversations, and we have them on January 15th, and we have them on
Sure.
Instead of waiting until March.
Okay.
You have a concern?
I do have a concern. I don't know what configuration this informal discussion would take, but it certainly couldn't be an informal discussion with a quorum of the commission. And I just wanted us to be reminded of that in talking about this.
Well, I guess then I'm wondering, if we're talking about executive session, that's a commission. We are not in executive session if it's informal. And we're not going to get information at an informal meeting.
But if you have a quorum in an informal discussion, it is a meeting of the commission.
Right, well, exactly. Well, and all I'm saying is, I'm with you on this, that informal, it may be not a formal agenda, but it may be a workshop, a seminar, something to sit down and actually discuss things, but to have all the commissioners be available and present, and to have an executive session if you so deem it possible.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner Hurley has a contribution.
Well, I believe there is no such thing as an informal meeting. You would have to notice it and make it available to the public unless it was an executive session item. And so that would be the linchpin would be whether or not it was subject to the executive session rules.
Right. And I was about to say that there are subtleties and nuances of Texas open meetings law, even by operating under less than a quorum. That we'd have to be careful. We can certainly have work sessions. We can have topical discussions, and that's why I said and this is kind of a hesitancy, but I assume that you and Peter and Dick talk regularly, and you're not a quorum because we're not involved, but we just have to be careful how we deliberate to make sure that the public is included. So I'm not opposed to having an agenda item, recurring agenda item. I just wonder what the wording of that agenda item would be, and so I would encourage, basically, if we could, to get together with the lead to sort of outline something that you think, and I like to do these things publicly, and so.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only reason to do executive session is to have the things that you can't discuss that Dick was getting at in open session. And I'm not talking about recurring. I think we should use executive session very sparingly, but I would like to have that discussion sooner rather than later, and not have it be brought up at every single meeting. It would be a real time saver, even if we had to have a second day here. I don't know that we would. We could have a January 15th meeting. We could have a discussion, an executive session for a January 16th meeting. Have a discussion in the executive session about these items, and then decide whether we wanted to do anything about it further in the body of the meeting, or whether we're just informed better and make some decisions later. We'll make that decision then.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here pondering in my mind whether what we're really talking about is a discussion among the commissioners of a particular item, whatever that is, and I'm trying to get to what that is, so we can properly put it on an agenda, even if it's clear that there's just going to be a commission discussion about what this is, and then we can all exchange our own views, but everybody else will be here listening to our views as we talk about it, unless we figure out a way to go into executive session. And the executive session, our closed sessions in Texas are kind of limited, and there's a specific list. We can get advice from counsel. We can talk about litigation. We can talk about real property purchases, but none of that is what we're talking about. We don't have any employees, so I'm trying to figure out, of the other items where we fit in under the Texas law, and I haven't wrapped my mind about that, and so I'm going to depend upon Ms. Watkins over here to tell me, once we come up with the agenda item, what the possibilities are. But I'd rather have at least a placeholder on the agenda for the January meeting, and if we have to talk for 2 hours on it, we can talk for 2 hours or 2 days for that matter. I don't care. I just want to get some idea about what the ideas are that we want to exchange our views on. I'm not clear at this point, and it's probably because I'm just befuddled.
In between now and then.
Yeah, and communicate with Lee so she knows how to draft it.
Well, Chairman, you're not the only one who was befuddled. So was I, and that's why I brought it up as part of my report. And I would be happy to have discussions between now and January to see if we can get a sense of what the agenda item should be. Because my concern is, if without that, I would just put on the agenda what Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Compact this commission is going to do about Class A. And without some sort of decision, some sort of idea of how that should be framed and what is of interest.
And that might not be sufficiently specific
Exactly.
for notice
Yes.
on the agenda either.
And so being able to have some discussion that doesn't break a quorum, that isn't illegal, that can get me the input I need to have an agenda item that's appropriately scoped and has the discussion that the commissioners would like to have is what I'm after. So,
All right.
okay. That concludes my report.
All right. Next, we get to talk about our favorite subject is meeting locations, dates, times, places, all that kind of stuff.
The next meeting we have is set for January 16th, Thursday in Austin, Texas. The one after that is set for March 13th, Thursday. That's all we have on the calendar so far.
Okay. Are you suggesting that we schedule an additional meeting after the March 16th meeting?
Yes.
By the way, my calendar, you said March 16th?
No. March 13th.
March 13th, thank you. Well, he's talking about the 17th.
March 17, 18, Lola Voice Forum.
Oh, so we do it the next one.
Well, unless everybody plans to go out to WCS, because I think that WCS is planning there's a potential tour of the WCS facility on the 19th.
The other thing is, most of the time, last time we did the low level thing, they put people out there. Two of them out there, one put the low level.
And so if we're looking at March, then the 17th, 18th would be the Low Level Waste Forum meeting. The 19th, if somebody attending the forum meeting wanted to tour, they would sign up, is normally what we do. And Rod, I don't know what the plans are for getting them physically out to Andrews from here.
They're on their own for transportation, so fly or drive out to Andrews after the 18th.
Kind of hard to fly commercially into Andrews, isn't it, the last time I checked?
Midland, Odessa.
What's that?
Midland, Odessa.
Yeah. And then, and normally the meetings conclude in the early afternoon of the Tuesday, as I recall. Sometimes they go into Wednesday. But
yeah, this one could end Tuesday early enough afternoon. You can catch flights to Andrews. We'll have a tour first thing in the morning for WCS and then Eureka after that.
yeah, so Wednesday is basically going to be, from a forum schedule, it's going to be pretty full if you're interested in seeing the facility, both at WCS, all of their facilities out there now. We'd probably look at them all. It's kind of hard to miss one when you go out there. And then the Urenco facility is in New Mexico. Stone's throw, you can see it actually from WCS. And so the question is, if you came down for a meeting on the 13th, would you, and you attended the forum, would you stay over, or would you go back, or what would you do? You'd be down here for a whole week, yeah.
In March. That's what we would go, I mean, going back and.
No, you wouldn't go back, yeah. Yeah. So I'm just putting the dates out there. Thank you, Judge, for everybody's consideration to see. We have been tentatively scheduled a meeting for the 13th, but it could be moved.
Would it be better if it was the 20th after the forum and after the potential tours and the UCS to meet back in Austin?
Well, another alternative is in the past we have met actually in Andrews.
In other words, we could meet at Andrews on the 20th.
That's also possible. It's a question of what people want to do on the commission. I live here.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to make it this week. I have the 13th on, but Peter probably can, so.
Okay. All right. So we're talking about the March thing, and it sounds to me like right now it's set for March the 13th, subject to being perhaps changed depending upon when the commissioners individually report back and look at their schedules and see what they're doing, everybody else. But we might change it, either place or dates or both.
Well, John's right, I mean, probably the 20th or the judge would make sense, place, I don't know.
Okay. So I think what we're going to do that one is leave that one open temporarily. And I'm sorry, Lee. Well, we know it's already scheduled 13th.
So we keep it on the 13th, or?
I think we keep it on the 13th until it's changed, if it changes.
And by what force would it change?
I would call you up and say, we're going to not do it on the 13th, we're going to do it on the 20th at a location.
Okay, we'll stay on the 13th until otherwise notified. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
All right. After March 13th, or 20th, or whatever it is, what's your recommendation next?
Y'all looking at me? Well, if you go, you've been doing every other month recently, so the next month would be, every other month would be May.
You're talking early May?
So I've been doing middle of the month, so January 16th, March 13th, and doing them on Thursdays would make it May 15th, if you want to be consistent. I don't know if you do. Thursday, May 15th.
Anybody got any problem? No, not if that is
College,
it.
because as a college president, I think, okay, graduation week, but not for me, I'm not.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be in Phoenix on the 3rd, so it's open to.
On 3rd of May?
I'm open to.
Okay. I don't have any problem with the
8th?
8th, fine.
Okay, May.
May 8th?
Everybody okay with the 8th? Yeah, okay. We'll do May 8th.
So to repeat, the next meeting is Thursday, January 16th, 2014 in Austin, Texas. The meeting after that is Thursday, March 13th, 2014, and
Scheduled currently for Austin, Texas, subject to being modified.
all right. And after that, it's Thursday, May 8th, 2014
In Austin.
in Austin.
Everybody good? I'm ready for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I think we're adjourned. Thank you very much for those of you who came to help us and participate and answer all of our questions. We appreciate it.